Natürlich kann ich mein Mikrofon anstellen und ich kann auch kurz mal mein Bild anstellen. Vielleicht willst du dann auch gleich übertragen.
Super.
Ja, das scheint zu funktionieren.
Tut es auch. Ich habe auch eine Hörgeräte dran.
Hervorragend.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
representatives, we are really demanded to work on the issues as Christians. So the contemporary church and anti-Semitism today, what must we do, is just the right question. And I love a story which could be adapted for Christians. It's a rabbinic story. For 2.5 years, the school of Shammai disputed with the school of Hillel. Some said it would have been better for man to not have been created rather than to have been created. Others said that it was better for man to have been created than not to have been created. They held a vote and decided that it would indeed have been better for man not to have been created. But now, as they have been created, he or she should examine and reflect his or her history and act in this line. And if you would ask the Jewish community whether it would have been better that Christians, meaning that it's right for us to examine our history and reflect upon it and act in this line. We think about our history and our responsibility as Christians, which we have for former anti-Semitism as well as for today's and future forms of anti-Semitism. And we have to change it. There's a lot of inner missionizing necessary, as well as work with a secular and interreligious world. Thanks for coming. Thanks to the European Coalition for Israel and our very, very good cooperation in organizing this conference and for this inspiring idea and invitation. Thanks to Thomas Sandel, and the floor at this little thing is yours.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Staffa. Thank you, dear Christian. On behalf of European Coalition for Israel, it's a great honor to be in Berlin on this very day. And it has been an amazing journey for us to find friends in Germany, friends in Berlin. Although we only known each other, and like everyone else you know nowadays per Zoom, for I think a year with Dr. Staffa, we've already had some fascinating discussions, but it only gives a little bit of a foretaste that this is a long journey, but also that we have a lot to learn from our friends in Germany. I come from Finland, and our history is slightly different. And I think particularly today, what we see happening in the United States, I think there's an urgent need that we reach out and work together. And I have especially high hopes for transatlantic cooperation when it comes to these issues. I think you can say in Germany, you are, to speak vaccination languages, you are quite well vaccinated in this country. In the United States, the perception was always that something that happened in Europe could never happen in that country. And I think when we see these worrying signs, it only shows that this can happen anywhere. So this is also to say hello to those who are watching over Zoom. We want to apologize for the technical problems here in the first minutes. This is something that happens on a regular basis when we organize something very important. And if you're spiritual minded, you may want to think that there's someone who do not want these words to be spoken. But now we are, as I understand, online, and we are delighted to have you watch. I understand there are people in the United States, there are journalists watching, and others. I want to say a special hello to Johnny Moore, who I believe is up in probably 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning to be able to join us, and he will speak later in the program. With these words, we are late, but I think we can push this session a little bit because the next session then with Katharina von Schnuban and Felix Klein, we won't have the Deputy Ambassador with us. So that will give us a little bit more time. So to Katharina von Kellenbach to say that don't feel stressed, take the time that you need. And having graciously agreed to share your glasses, reading glasses with me, I will say that Katharina von Kellenbach is a project coordinator at Bildstörung, which creates educational materials for anti-supersessionist Christian exegesis, theology, and pedagogy. Sorry, my pronunciation. This project is housed at the Evangelische Akademie zu Berlin, where we are today, and it's funded by the Federal Government Commissioner for Jewish Life in Germany and the fight against anti-Semitism. She's a visiting fellow and former Corcoran visiting chair in Christian-Jewish relations at Boston College and professor emerita of religious studies at St. Mary's College of Maryland. And she has a long list of publications that she has written, and I'm sure she will mention that in her speech as well. So Katharina von Kellenbach, the reading glasses are yours, and so is the microphone.
Perfect. Okay, so let's see whether the PowerPoint works as well. Is that a yes or no? I went a little overboard with my lecture because I have not been lecturing for 2 years, and I was asked to do 2 short 10-minute and one 20-minute lecture. The first one to situate us historically in Berlin. And so if you could just watch these slides as they go back. And I just want to start with the Wannsee conference, which happened on 20th of January, 1942. And of course, it was secret. It is the last and most dramatic step in the final solution of the Jewish question in Europe. And it is where that language was used for the first time. And so I want to talk a little bit about this Wannsee conference and the secrecy of it. But of course, you cannot begin in 1942. You have to begin at the beginning. And the Wannsee conference could not have happened without the steps before, right? And so we have to start with 1933, 1935, and the discrimination and the many steps of excluding Jews from German life, and of course the definition of who a Jew is, and so this weird boundary between race and religion, and of course whether or not anti-Semitism is a political movement, a racist political movement, or whether it is to some extent also a religious and theological movement. Next. When you, every German citizen had to produce a genealogy in order to be eligible to be a citizen. This is actually my family's genealogy pass, and if we were a little closer, you could see that you had to prove your baptism. So all the churches and their archives were involved in creating these passports. And that's the first time when you either resist or you don't resist, and they didn't. Every German was aware of why you had to do this and what it meant. Next. And so when we talk about the churches during National Socialism, and yesterday Prince Philip of Prussia was talking about how faith is really the opposite of National Socialism and of the Holocaust. And it's actually more complicated. And we have now done a lot of historical research on both the Protestant churches, the Catholic churches, but also the Baptist churches, for instance. And it's much more complex as history of silence, of complicity, of collusion. And I think we need to take that history seriously and really try to understand why that happened. Now, there's also, of course, a history of resistance. And I want to give you 4 examples of resistors who you probably never heard. You're all experts here, you know many resistors. We could talk about Bonhoeffer, Niemöller, etc., etc. But there are 4 that I want to talk about that you probably never heard. Next. One is Elisabeth Schmitz. This is the first generation of women who went to German universities. They studied theology, and they were struggling to gain respect and ordination in both the Protestant churches and the Catholic Church, as well as Regina Jonas. And I did my research on the first ordained rabbi. So this is the first generation of women. Elisabeth Schmitz in 1935 wrote a memorandum warning of genocide and asking the churches to really speak up. Next. She also, for Kristallnacht, which was absolutely public, and everybody watched, she pleaded with ministers in Berlin to preach on the Sunday after Kristallnacht. And she also asked them to give sanctuary to Jewish communities. And she said, open your churches and let them pray. And of course, some of her friends, Helmut Gollwitzer, for instance, did preach on Sunday after Kristallnacht, but that did not happen. And you can tell, how different, in a different world we are today, that in Colleyville, Texas, the staging ground for the hostage taking in that synagogue was a Catholic church. So that would certainly not happen, but it did happen then. And it's across, the German churches, and there are thousands of them. And you wonder, how is this possible? What kind of theology are we talking about that this is happening? Next. The other woman that you probably never heard of is a vicar. So she was ordained. Women were not ordained as ministers, but she was a vicar. She was put in charge of the Büro Grüber in Breslau. So both the Protestant Church and the Catholic Church created assistance offices. These were assistance offices for non-Aryan Christians, because if you remember the Nuremberg laws, right, many Christians, Protestants and Catholics discovered suddenly that they were quote unquote Jews. So these church offices were created to help those non-Aryan Christians, and eventually they spread out and helped Jews as well. She ended up in Ravensbrück. And barely survived. And after the war, she was really broken by that experience. Next. Gertrud Luckner is a Quaker who converted to Catholicism. She was very active in the rescue efforts and became a driving force in Jewish Christian dialogue after 1945. She was arrested carrying money from Cardinal Faulhaber to Rabbi Leo Beck in Berlin. She was arrested in the train, and she was also sent to Ravensbrück and barely survived. Next, I really want to talk about Dr. Margarete Sommer, who was put in charge of the Hilfswerk of the Catholic Assistance Office in Berlin. And it's interesting that the churches put these women in these offices, or that women were really so strong in this. And this is not because women are better people, but because the churches did not consider this very important. That's why they put women in charge of these offices. Anyway, what's interesting about Margarete Sommer, that within 20 days, she knew what had happened in the Wannsee conference. So by February 5, she informed Bishop Burning about the Wannsee conference and the decisions that were taken there. By February 14, she sent a written report to the Fulda Bishops' Conference. And in July of 1942, she wrote a longer report and sent it to the Vatican. So as much as the Wannsee conference was secret, and it was, the Vatican at least knew. And so this is summer of 1942. And that only confirms, so the resistance that was there also confirms the collusion and the silence and the complicity of the churches that, we have to ask why that is happening. So this is my short historical, these were all in Berlin. And Margaret Sommer, by the way, there's circumstantial evidence that she was behind the protests in the Rosenstraße. because she knew that 5 pages of those 10-page protocol deals with marriage and the forced divorces of Jews and Christians, as well as the non-Aryan Christians. And Rosenstraße were the only public protests against deportations of Jewish husbands of Christian women. And she is believed to be a part of that action that happened there. So if we have time to go to the Rosenstraße, I think that's an amazing sort of historical event. Okay, with that, I will return my glasses and the microphone to you.
This time I will just settle for the microphone, but thank you for your kind offer and fascinating introductory words. So we are going into the first session, which looks at Jewish-Christian relations after the Shoah. And we will hear from distinguished Christian leaders, but also from a very distinguished Jewish leader, that is the Chief Rabbi of Moscow, the President of European Conference of Jewish Rabbis, and that's Pinchas Goldsmith. He will speak in German, and of course, I believe that is the video is in German, which everyone may not understand every sentence, but we will later for the documentation translate that which needs to be translated. So Pinchas Goldsmith.
Wannsee. Liebe Freunde, ich danke sehr für diese Einladung zu dieser Konferenz. 80 Jahre die Wannsee-Konferenz am 20. Januar 1942. Das Thema Shoah bis heute ist eine der schwierigsten Themen, die wir als gläubige Juden überhaupt besprechen und anfassen können. Für lange Jahre galt das Vayidom Aharon. Wir mussten einfach still bleiben, weil wir hatten überhaupt keine Erklärung und überhaupt keinen Dunst. Warum? Wieso? Und solange unter uns noch Überlebende lebten, war es doch überhaupt fast unmöglich, über diese Katastrophe zu sprechen. Aber vielleicht in diesen kommenden Jahren gehen wir von Vayidom Aharon zu Darash Moshe, Bnei Sorav, überhaupt anfangen, die Besprechung, anfangen, das Thema ein bisschen weiter zu besprechen, zu verstehen, diese schreckliche Zeit des Hester Panim, wo Gott sich nicht gezeigt hat, wo Gott überhaupt nicht gesehen wurde. Und ich bin sehr froh, dass heute das Hildesheimer Rabbinerseminar zusammen mit der orthodoxen Rabbiner Deutschlands und Yad Vashem diese Konferenz ins Leben gerufen haben, um diese wichtige theologische Fragen zu besprechen. Aber nicht nur das, die Antwort von den geistigen Führern während der Shoah, das ist auch ein Thema, wo Dr. Farbstein lange diskutiert und die Bücher etc. auch publiziert hat. Wir müssen anfangen, Antworten zu suchen, obwohl ich bin nicht sicher, dass wir auch die Antworten finden werden. Aber die Suche allein ist auch von extrem großer Wichtigkeit. Ich wünsche Ihnen alles Beste für diese Konferenz und wir sollen durch die Mutter Torah und durch das Verstehen von Chazal, von anderen Katastrophen, sollen wir auch die Möglichkeit haben, langsam sich mit diesem schwierigen, vielleicht das schwierigste Thema sich zu befassen. Ich wünsche Ihnen alles Beste. Shalom.
Shalom. Okay. For now it will do, but let's see what will come out of this. But we say thank you. You can send directly to technical staff. Some of these interventions will be shorter, others will be longer, and I think especially when we have recorded messages, they tend to be rather brief, and I think that's perfect so that those who are here tonight. I will not present Katharina von Kellenbach in detail your long list of merits again, but this is your main presentation, if we put it this way. So without further ado, I give over the microphone again to you.
Okay, can you put on my second one? Let's try the PowerPoint. So the second one is really my contribution to our discussion about IRA and how to define anti-Semitism. And my plea will be that we need to think about and possibly adopt a theological definition of anti-Semitism. And the word I'm test driving here is the word anti-supersessionism. It's not a beautiful word. And it's the English translation of the German word, which is also not beautiful, which is Antisemitismus kritisch. An anti-supersessionist Christian theology and pedagogy. And I'm going to try to explain this to you by way of German religion books in schools, in public schools that are currently in use, to try to explain to you why I think we need this. So Christian theology has an eliminationist, to use Goldhagen's term, impulse from the beginning. So these are these images of the ecclesia and synagoga, where if you put the second one, next, left hand of the cross, these images are called the living cross. Out of the left hand of the cross comes a sword that kills the synagogue. And so supersessionism is the idea that Christianity supersedes Judaism, that the new Israel replaces the old Israel, that Christ fulfills the scriptures, and that therefore, and because the Jews did not recognize that the Messiah came to the lost sheep of Israel, because they rejected the Messiah and killed the Messiah, therefore they have been rejected and condemned and cursed by God, who then elects the Gentiles instead of the Jews. That is what Jules Isaac in 1946 in Sedisburg called the teaching of contempt. And so there are different terms for this: replacement theology, supersessionism, the teaching of contempt, and that is a teaching that is deeply woven into Christian theology throughout all the centuries. Next slide. It is, of course, next part of the Lutheran tradition for sure. You know that the old covenant has ended, and that the new covenant has begun, and that is at the root of then also modern racist political anti-Semitism. This is a book that was, his writings against the Jews were republished in November of 1938, a week after Kristallnacht. And so there's a direct link between the theology of contempt and the political practice of the Shoah. And there's lots of discussion of, is National Socialism was of course a secular and anti-Christian movement, it's racist, biological, et cetera, but there are deep links to Christian theology that I think we need to take seriously. So let me give you some examples from German textbooks in religion textbooks in public school. Next. Okay. So this is, from 1921 to 2021, and you can't read it, but I translated it. The old covenant from Sinai that God made with his people Israel is replaced, right? That's replacement theology by the new covenant that God makes with all people and seals with Jesus' blood. That is supersessionism. This should not be in a German textbook, right? So this is some of the problem. But there are other textbooks next where that is explicitly put into the text and say they really call it an error, right? To really make students aware that those are, that is the tradition that ought to be changed. So the error that the God of the Old Testament is a wrathful, jealous, and vengeful God who must be feared. The God of Jesus is loving, gracious, and compassionate. But I had hundreds of students who come to my classes who believe that. So that is very much continually an ongoing belief. Or error two, the difference between the Old and the New Testament is the difference between law and grace. So this is a textbook in German schools where that is clearly named. That is an anti-supersessionist pedagogy. You see what I mean? Next, another example of an anti-supersessionist pedagogy is one page where a list of errors are named. The Pharisees, there are many others where the Pharisees still are legalistic, hypocritical depictions. An eye for an eye versus Christian forgiveness. The Old Testament God of wrath versus the God of love in the New Testament. Jesus Christ as fulfillment of Scripture, and the Old and the New Testament in itself. So those are named as problems, and then pupils can talk about what that means. Next. Here's another example from a textbook where the different covenantal models are problematized so that students can think through and describe. I mean, they have to, the homework is describe the relationship between Judaism and Christianity, and they receive different models to think through that. And substitution is, of course, the classic and traditional model of that. Next. Another textbook talks about the Pharisees. I don't know whether you're familiar with German culture, but there is a drink called Pharisees that is coffee with, I don't know, vodka? I don't even know what's in it. Alcohol in any way. And so you sort of, that's an insult. That should be prohibited. You shouldn't be allowed to drink, to sort of physically embody an anti-Semitic stereotype. But first you have to teach people, so you normalize anti-Semitism. Next. Here's an example of the passion narrative that summarizes Luke 23 and completely exonerates Pilate and holds the members of the Jewish council and the people responsible. The text is very problematic. But then the fourth question, and that there are these homework questions, is examine the thesis that this narrative entails anti-Jewish elements. So that again, raises the question in pupils' minds of what could possibly be wrong here. Next. This is from two different books, very problematic. One is a secret protocol of the palace of the high priest of Caiaphas, which that evokes, the protocols of the elders of Zion in a textbook about a secret meeting. And of course, the image on the other side could also be straight out of the Stürmer, and they actually did have these images in there of the secret cabal of Jewish leaders who are entrapping and arresting Jesus. Next, here's one where you can tell that the school books are being checked. On the left is the school book for all of the states, and then on the right is the one in Bavaria. So the Bavarians actually tested this. So on the left you have the old model. It says eine uralte Religion, an ancient religion, right? You have the old and the new. And then you have the 5 questions that are being taught then in the following pages. The first one is, how do Jewish youth live in Germany? The second one, what are the aspects or the characteristics of Jewish faith? And then the third one is, why is there always war in Israel? I mean, then the fourth question is, why is Jerusalem sacred for Judaism, Christianity, and Islam? And the last one is, what is a religious fundamentalist? I mean, this should, the publisher, actually, we are in contact with the publisher, and they may be pulling this out of commission. And then you look in Bavaria, Jewish faith and Jewish life. How does a synagogue look from the inside? Which festivals exist in Judaism? Is there something like evangelical and Catholic in Judaism? What does Christianity have to do with Judaism, and what can I do when there are anti-Semitic questions that you want to have taught in a German classroom? So unless somebody looks over these textbooks with an anti-supersessionist lens, the old the tradition of how to read the New Testament for all of us here who are responsible for Christian education in really across the denomination and nations, is that we shift from a supersessionist model, which is the left, and you can see the sword coming out of the synagogue. So the violence, in the cross is just so powerfully depicted. Synagogue sitting on a donkey, the legs of the donkey are broken. Her crown falls off her head, her staff is broken. So the defeated synagogue on the one hand and the triumphant church on the other hand. And that we really move towards a model which also exists in the tradition. And you can see here, this is the monastery in Meißen, where the synagogue is to the left and the church is to the right. They're the same size. They look at each other. One holds the Torah, the other one holds the cross. As a relationship of equality and dignity and respect. And that is something that does not occur without active intervention on the part of educators and leaders. So that would be my plea. And of course, the question of whether and to what extent IRA helps us accomplish that. Is it the right tool? I mean, it's a good tool, but what else do we need for Christian education to really move this forward? So that's it for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. You were much shorter than I had anticipated, so you are a very good presenter, very relevant and timely message, and on top of everything, you've kept to the time limit. One thing is missing, that's your glasses. Yeah. So to be able to do this in the right way and to present our next speaker, who is Thomas Schirmacher, Professor Dr. Thomas Schirmacher, Archbishop, Professor, Doctor of Philosophy, the list goes on. Since 2021, Secretary General of the World Evangelical Alliance, which represent Protestant churches belonging to 143 national evangelical alliances with altogether 600 million members. I could go on. It's a long list of accomplishments and other positions that you have, but I think this gives a foretaste of what to expect. So the microphone is over to you, Dr. Schirmacher. Please take your time. Someone pointed out that at certain point the battery will run out of this microphone, so someone needs to, maybe the technicians need to take this into account. But for the time being, maybe this is a little bit like a faith exercise as well, that the battery will run and run and run and run. A Hanukkah miracle, let's believe that.
Okay. The good thing is that many of us are preachers by profession, so we know how to speak without mic if necessary. It is I don't know whether I can say an extreme pleasure taking our topic, but nevertheless, I'm very glad that I'm here in person, and I'm very glad that some of the people whom I expected to be on the screen actually are here in the room. And but of course, the topic we have is a very serious one. And I don't have much time, so what I can do is more or less throw some propositions, some theses in the room, and speaking up for one of the three global Christian bodies. I hope that this is heard not only by the people here in the room, and I've said similar things in other places. Let me start out very personally on the Wannsee conference, because I wrote this dissertation on Hitler's Kriegsreligion, Hitler's religion of war. It is one volume that gives all the details. I did this at a time when, for the first time, after the Soviet Union came down, all the archives opened, and we got additionally more than 1,000 speeches of Hitler on record and other places that were not available before. And the second volume is just quotes from Hitler. I was the first researcher that was allowed extensively to quote from Hitler by the state of Bavaria. They allowed me to use all the sources because they did not fear that this could be used by right extremists. And so whatever I say here, I prove here by quotes normally from Hitler from 1919 to 1945. So normally for every year I have a proof that he said the same all the time. And this builds into the Wannsee conference. I know that's an insider discussion in how far there was a command by Hitler specifically to go for, let's say, Auschwitz. And it's a given that all the ways to prove this, prove there was not the one specific place where Hitler ordered this. And I'm of the opinion that I proved extensively that was not needed. He has been speaking about this from 1919. Every year, he never did hide this. He did this in private, he did this in public. And his dictatorship included that he had those rival allies that were in a kind of race who would fulfill his dreams the best. Yeah. And but let me just, I cannot go this into detail, but I just want to give you two quotes that show what happened. Number one, in 1919, in a speech that was published in a paper, Hitler says that the anti-Semitism of feelings will end up in pogroms, but that he would stand up for the rational anti-Semitism that would have a full opt plan in a first step to get rid of all special rights of the Jews until they have no rights any longer. And then he says the goal must be to wipe out the Jews from the earth. That's 1919, where no one ever had any idea what would come, and he kept with this. And what I find, if you think of the Wannsee conference, most amazing in 1920, this is a report by someone listening to him, reporting to the Bavarian government, and he says he called to kill all Jews, and that his party would have the clear plan to go to the last consequences of wiping out the Jews from the German, with all the German Gründlichkeit. What is that in English? With all the German efficiency. Yeah. So already there, what the Wannsee conference then really put into place, that there was, that was there all the time. So just as a personal remark, because I've researched in this a lot, I think it's important to understand the Wannsee conference probably was not ordered by Hitler. Now go for it. It was on the way already, but all the different people that were Hitler's allies knew that from the very beginning, this was even more at the center of what he wanted. Now, the strange thing is that his religion, his religion of war, definitely was anti-Christian. Yeah, his God is a totally different God. This, I do not say to relieve us and say, oh, that was, yeah, but that is for me the most astonishing question with all of this. It was so obvious that he did not want to establish Christianity in Germany. Yeah, it was so obvious that to a large extent, anti-Semitism was the only overlap between his worldview and traditional Christianity. Yeah, that it is amazing how often the church was willing to lend their power to this, even so there was nothing in it for the church, except the one the church really had no need at that time. They were the winners anyway. I mean, small minority of Jews that didn't have political power. I mean, that it is really had no political power. I'm amazed at anti-Semitism. This is my own house, so to speak. Christians in Singapore will ask me, what in the world do we have to do with what you Germans did? Yeah, and I'm very happy about what we heard so far. It goes deeply into the history of our theology. What was not spoken about yet is very often this, of course, is not what the New Testament presents itself. It's a later history. We know all the details where the split between the Jewish faith and Christianity came from. But I think Christianity at large has not taken up this challenge yet. Yeah, and if I think those school books, I mean, it's all theologians involved. Yeah, this is not written by bureaucrats who have no clue. Yeah, and you wonder what those theologians who studied at probably at a German university, I mean, what's in their mind that they put this down. Christianity has not taken up this challenge. I even would go further. Partly, not purely, but partly, this spilled over into Islam, because the Christianity that Islam found at that time was fully anti-Semitic. It was not. It was that Muhammad or his successors saw Islam and Jewish faith on one level. And if you read the Quran, you can see there are a lot of nice statements about Christianity. There are a lot of bad statements about Christianity. It's somehow even, if you look at the Jewish side, it's purely negative. There's rarely, so the Quran, you might face a statement that some Christians believe more in God than anybody else. You will not find something similar on the Jewish faith. And I think we have to admit that's part of our history. This is something Islam has grown into very evil elements in parts of its history, no question. But we cannot say that's not our problem, that's their problem. They somehow inherited it. And of course, at that time, Christians would do nothing if Jewish tribes were at stake. Yeah, they would not defend them or even speak up for them. I experienced this on a global level. I was part of the World Evangelical Alliance when we negotiated the document Christian Witness in the Multi-Religious World, 2006 to 2011, and it was signed by the 3 world bodies. And I can't tell you that I cannot understand why in the world we are able to write such a document on mission, very complicated topic for all 3 bodies, and we cannot agree on anti-Semitism. And this is just a fact. Yeah, I've tried it again and again on the same level, the most simple version, just to agree on the global or the definition of anti-Semitism of the International Holocaust Remembrance. You know, this the decision that is taken up by many states, by the European Union. Yeah, even this very simple thing, for which I even do not need a religious background. It's more or less just a very general human rights idea that is spelled out there, which should be easy to say. We cannot agree on an international level to go for this together. Not to talk about other things. I nearly blew a conference in the Vatican. We had the Pope there and the Ecumenical Patriarch and Archbishop Welby, acting General Secretary of World Council of Churches, so the Christian side, and we had the big guys from the Muslim world, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Turkey, Indonesia, and we were speaking, among other things, about school books. It was about education. And then I hinted at the question. I said, I would like to bring up not only how Muslims are presented in Christian school books and Christians, but I see what both sides have in common, how we present the Jewish side. I nearly blew the conference by bringing this up. Yeah. What is most interesting, afterwards, all of the leaders came to me and agreed with me. But in the public meeting, yeah, it was, how in the world can you bring this up? And I think we have a lot to do here. I want to say this very clearly. Anti-Semitism is the wrong place to discuss the differences between our different churches. It's really the wrong place. And the only reason, that I totally agree with you, the only reason why there is this hesitance really is the history of theology. I even would not say the history of what actually happened. Yeah, that's easy to admit. That should not have been done, and that was wrong. And to say Martin Luther was totally wrong and that was evil, and so that's easy. Yeah? But it's another thing that what Luther theologically said, the whole way how he argued against the Catholic Church was the Catholics are like the Jews, and this is why they might be wrong. Yeah. This has to be spelled out because this is something that the evangelical community inherited fully. Yeah, we are heirs of the Reformation, and we did not inherit the specific anti-Semitism calling to kill Jews. Yeah, but we inherited the whole idea that you only need to show that a church is Jewish, and then they're out. Then they are anti-Christ. Yeah. And so this is really my call. As I like to blow up meetings, I would like to go, if you allow, into a very, very delicate topic. I see on a global level in Christianity a huge hesitance, not only to speak about our own theological history, and I wished all this would be out in English, and I can tell you, this is really strange because it's in German books of religion with all our history. It's strange, but I can tell you in America, you will find much stranger quotes, yeah, where you think we still live 400 years ago, yeah. In my community, I'm not talking about others, yeah. But that is, I see that the global church scenery is also quite hesitant to speak up on the present situation because a clash between dialogue with the Jewish community and dialogue with the Muslim community. I believe in dialogue. We have dialogue with the Muslim community. I just got a Festschrift from Muslim friends thanking me for dialogue. So that's no question. I'm not speaking against this kind of dialogue. But very often, the dialogue with our Muslim friends excludes speaking about the Jews. Yeah? And I think we really have to change this if this is a truthful dialogue. We cannot only speak about us and Muslims and our relation, we have to include the topic of the relation of both to our Jewish friends. And then I'm often told, well, that's the end of the dialogue. This is not my experience. As I said, I put this up in our meeting in the Vatican. We just were in Abu Dhabi. You know, there is this human fraternity conference every year, and we are there every year. And years back, it started out that we said, we only come if you also invite Jewish friends, because they had this dialogue conference and only Muslims and Christians were there. Okay, even this year, we had about 100 people there, and 3 were from Jewish backgrounds. That's still not real dialogue. Nevertheless, they were there. They were very, very outspoken. They had very positive contributions. But I think that we have to be aware that there is that we have to assure that our dialogue with our Muslim friends is not the excuse to speak up against anti-Semitism if it comes from the Muslim side. Now, for me, it's not that simple. Don't misunderstand me. I don't say Islam is anti-Semitic, so every Muslim in Germany probably is anti-Semitic, and we just should criticize them. Yeah? But it's the pure fact from the Jewish side, in their experience, that it is not only Christians that discriminate them, or even worse here in Germany, it is not only secular people, but it's also Muslim friends that are involved here. And we have to address this in the dialogue. If it's really truthful, we have to address this. And the 2 largest world religions, of course, should speak up together on religious freedom altogether. We have a huge program with what we call humanitarian Islam in Indonesia, in Southeast Asia, with all Muslim groups, with imams that speak up for religious freedom. They are there in large numbers, often not represented in the government. Yeah. And for example, in Indonesia, Pak Yahya, who just has been voted in as the chair of the largest Muslim organization in the world, NU, which is the abbreviation with 90 million members. And we urged him to visit Israel. And he visited a conference of rabbis in Israel. It put Indonesia upside down. I mean, you ask yourself, what does Indonesia, with its 230 million Muslims, have to do with whether someone visits Israel? Yeah? But we told them, if you really mean religious freedom, you have to tackle this topic, and you have to distinguish between your political opinion, what should happen in the Holy Land, and the fact that our Jewish friends are just simple, normal humans, and deserve the same human rights and protection as anybody else. He did it. He survived, and interestingly, when he was voted in as a chair, highly political thing, I mean, they really have an election campaign for this. The amazing thing is that the experts say that having visited Israel is one of the reasons why he was voted. Because beside the public protest, many really saw this as a very brave thing. So let me say this clear, I'm very much in favor of the global Christianity really sitting down and saying, it's a bit strange because individually, everybody is against anti-Semitism. You will hard to find a leader who will say, oh, well, you need to see, there are some reasons why this is there. And so everybody, at the moment you have all the big guys sitting in one room, we cannot agree on very simple steps. And as World Evangelical Alliance, we wanted to go for, we have voted in the definition of anti-Semitism internally for quite some time already, but we want to make it very public, originally with the Vatican and the World Council of Churches. This doesn't work, so we wanted to do it in Yad Vashem, and then the virus came, and since then we are waiting. So it's internal. I'm not looking at others. I'm starting with ourselves, but we also need to make it very clear. We cannot afford not to speak about up for our Jewish friends, because we fear otherwise to lose the dialogue with our Muslim friends. It has to go together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schellmacher. This was amazing to hear, and we have taken notes, and we are looking forward to see the journey ahead of you as World Evangelical Alliance. Hopefully, as you said, together with the 3 other church families coming to an agreement. Gadi Gronish, you would like to say something, but you don't have a microphone, so let's see how it works.
Is working? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You have to speak, then it works.
I understand. Okay. Hey, good morning. I have only one question. You spoke, it was very interesting to hear your experience on, but let's say now, on the level of a dialogue with the Muslims, but you spoke quite, for me, about the Muslim who are outside of this continent. I would like to understand or to know how was your experience with the Muslims in this continent where we are now, not Indonesia, which is very important. I know it's big numbers, but I would like to understand how was your experience when trying to get Muslims in this European continent to be part of this dialogue between the 2 religions. Did you find any partners there? How was the reaction of them to this? Are they open for this? Thank you.
Number one, the experience, I mean, that's really more, I don't know. I mean, internal knowledge. That's probably not what I would write in the newspaper. But number one, I think we have to distinguish where we find real problems in this process is on the side of our Muslim friends with the theologians. Yeah, the thing we tackle with is that conservative Muslim theology is not yet at a place where many other Muslims are. Yeah, so when I talk to Muslim lawyers, top lawyers around the world, they mostly have a typical example is in Iran, the highest court justice decided that being a member of a house church is no threat to the state. Yeah, and of course the theologians are all upside down. How in the world can the court? And even so, they know they can lose their job, or even worse, they decided that in Pakistan regularly the Supreme Court, the lawyers decide that you cannot be killed just because you did something religious. That this is impossible. And one of those Supreme Court judges even has been killed afterwards. Yeah. So So if we would have to deal with them, it would be an easy thing. We have to tackle the theology and the theologians. And I personally think that most of our European states make a mistake because de facto they back conservative theology and give more moderate versions of Islam no real chance. Yeah, I mean, I call when Korchide, who was teaching in Münster, when he started out to teach, immediately there was this, it was said he needs to leave. He doesn't represent Islam. And because we had no chance to, we had no chance to get the government behind it or whatever to do, we assured that the president of Germany visited his chair, which he of course doesn't have any authority about the question who has a chair, yeah. But it became so prominent and so public that, yeah. So, but we see this really that at our universities, the plan was if we bring Islam to university, it will. We will get a form, let's say a European form of Islam that fits into more with human rights. And it happens. But the young theologians who stand for this have an extreme difficult life at university. And not only because their conservative friends have a problem with it, but we run into this very problem. Yeah? That, but even among theologians, I know a huge number of Muslim theologians in Europe who really would like to make a cut, at least for Europe, and change things. But the problem is the backing, not then necessarily in their own community, but of course by high-ranking Muslims. Austria tried to solve the problem by forbidding any influence from abroad, but of course, in nowadays that's not possible. And when I speak, for example, with the leaders of the Central Council of Muslims in Germany, they in private they clearly will tell if it would not be for the influence from abroad, from states outside of Europe, they for long would have gone a different road. Yeah. So, but yes, I believe that this is true here, that a dialogue that is in Germany is especially, yeah. I mean, I think that you have lost any moral credibility if you are not able to speak up to our own history in every area of life, whether it's dialogue or it's part of our history. We have the task not only to assure that it never happens again here, but that it never happens again anywhere. That's with the size of the crime we did, the biggest crime that ever was done in history. We have this, as Germans, I feel that we have this duty to assure that it does not only happen again in Germany, but nowhere else. Yeah? So it must be part of the dialogue. I experience it very similar, like within Christian circles, that in private speaking to the people, everybody agrees, and the moment it's public, then I have warned a lot of Muslim friends to follow the road that our media go. The media in the moment go the road that violence by Muslims against Jews here in Germany has nothing to do with Islam. Yeah, and I warn them to follow this road. It sounds nice in the moment, and it's as nice and saying this was another religion, this was anti-Christian, what Hitler did, and we were the victims. Yeah, but it will fall back on them because it is just not true. Islam has as much an anti-Semitic tradition as Christianity has, yeah, and they have to tackle it. And there are Muslim theologians that have proved that you can tackle it, that you don't need to leave Islam to get rid of anti-Semitism, so to speak. Yeah, I would think that this easily would take place if there would not be the influence, especially the financial influence of non-European countries. That still, if I think that Karadawi from Qatar, when he speaks, has daily about 3 million listeners in Europe, yeah, then you know he is setting the state and he hates the Jews, and he openly says it. He even doesn't hide it, yeah. And of course, it's not in a European language, so it's not easy to follow. And I also told our government, if I would be in government, the first thing I would do is to hire 100 people for each of those languages to really follow daily what is said in some of those languages. And this includes anti-Semitism. I think that we are not aware about large parts of anti-Semitism because it's not said in a European language. Yeah, and nevertheless, it daily comes in here, and yeah.
There is another person, so just to keep it brief, but please.
Thank you. I think the influence of the Muslim brothers, what you are speaking now, is something not to forget. And there are ways, I don't know if this is the place to discuss this, how to deal with this. Because you speak, and I know these people, but I call the moderate Islam leaders. But they don't speak the voice of the street. They are a very small minority, and they are not succeeded yet in the way that they are going. They will not make any change, maybe in very small groups. But if you speak, and the best example is Germany. I mean, the Zentralrat, the Muslim, we all know them, we all try to work with them. They don't have any influence. I mean, with all respect, let's speak it very open here. I know we are trying to work together, but they speak their own voice, not the voice of the people, the Muslims who live in this country, in Germany. So either we call the problem by name and we try to solve the problem together with them, or we ignore this, or we continue to ignore this. Because I think dialogue is one way, but it's not the only way. That's what I want to say. And don't estimate too less the influence, what you call Qatar. I want to add Turkey and the ambassador, what I call now the soldiers of Turkey, Qatar, with the Muslim brothers in Europe, which for us who are sitting here in the room is a danger. That's what I want to make clear. Thank
you. Thank you. Now, my question was to Katharina von Kellenbach, so not related, although I'm tempted to say something on this, but I think I would like to come back to this question about the IRA definition. We discussed it a bit last night as well. I was really impressed and excited about your research. I think this is very profound and something that indeed I hope maybe we can even bring this to the European level, to give it to show very concrete examples of this theological aspects of anti-Semitism, even in secular circles of government representatives. But I know the hesitation with regards to the IRA definition, because you rightly say that it doesn't solve the theological issues. It clearly doesn't. It's not meant to. It's, I think, meant as an instrument to instruct policemen, to instruct teachers. We have, together with the IRA, published in January last year, a handbook on the use of the definition of the IRA definition. So for the public, for civil society, for sports and so on, and also police, law enforcement authorities, and teachers. And I think at the end, you I think gave the answer almost saying, what else do we need? I think that adopting the IRA definition, using the IRA definition for these purposes could also be, by the way, with regards to current forms of anti-Semitism in the training for pastors, of Lutheran pastors, doesn't exclude the possibility to have these theological aspects on top. And I think it's, in fact, very important. But when it comes to very practically recognizing forms of anti-Semitism today, in particular when it comes to Israel-related anti-Semitism, that for most people nowadays is not necessarily rooted in theology. I think that the IRA definition can help. I mean, I would agree that we have a very long tradition of theological of brainwashing through a theological way the public mind about Jews, and certainly the roots go back to Christianity. But addressing it today in a theological way would, for the vast majority, not be the solution. So that would be my plea, to think whether it would not be possible, and not, rather than changing the IRA definition. I think we've seen in the UK what happens if you change the IRA definition, because simply it is, I think, has become, rightly or wrongly, the symbol of simply accepting the way the majority of European Jews views anti-Semitism today. By the way, it has always been an issue that there is no reference really to the religious aspects. But not to change that, but to add a separate document in particular that addresses maybe religious teachers and theologians and so on in Europe. I think this would really be very important, but the IRA definition, for all its symbolism, is also very important.
You want to answer? She is allowed to answer? Well, just a short one.
Yeah, so I mean, my fear would be that, because we're discussing here whether or not the churches should adopt IRA, and the fear would be that the churches adopt IRA and think we're good, because that's really, I mean, that is the beginning of what needs to happen within the churches. The other thing is that secular anti-Semitism is, it is to some extent secularized Christianity. And to some extent, of course, Islam is supersessionist too. Islam supersedes, Judaism and Christianity. So supersessionism as a dynamic, so to speak, is I think, very deeply involved or interwoven in what we're trying to do. So I just, I hesitate that the adoption of IRA solves the problem, because it doesn't. It's the beginning of a conversation, and whether or not people understand it as the beginning of a conversation, or whether they think that we can close it, we address it. That would be, the only really strong hesitation I would have. Otherwise, I think it's definitely a good, and it builds itself as a working definition. It builds itself as a beginning of a conversation rather than the end of a conversation. But that, I think, would be my hesitation.
You want to speak?
So the fact that we only have one microphone gives me unlimited power. I'm very happy for that today. Because the conversation has just begun, but we have something very significant missing that we'd like to bring in to this conversation to close this first session. And I wouldn't want to miss that. And also to say that I understand that the commentaries from Chief Rabbi Pinchas Goldsmith are available, and it was suggested that we could play the video during the coffee. Would that be satisfactory, or let's start the next session 10 minutes early and start with the introduction of the Chief Rabbi of Moscow. Let's do it that way, so we'll give him a proper space. But without further ado, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, was very kind to record a message for this conference, and we will hear it right here.
For centuries, the profound evil of anti-Semitism has been like a volcano in European culture, from time to time erupting with absolute destruction, but always emitting noxious and terrible gases that have poisoned the atmosphere, both in Europe and also around the world. In 1942, at the Wannsee conference 80 years ago, the explosion was the greatest, the most terrible, the most appalling yet. In this conference, you are meeting to look at what ran up to it, how we remember it, how we make sure that we recognize the signs of an eruption coming. We must be constantly vigilant. We can never, ever tolerate any anti-Semitism. There is no acceptable level of anti-Semitism. It is the taproot of all destructive prejudice in our society and culture in Europe. I am so glad that you are meeting. May the meeting be full of repentance, but also full of purpose, to ensure that repentance is turned into change, that change is turned into hope, and that hope brings light that will destroy this volcano forever.
That concludes the first session, and now we'll have some coffee. I would suggest that we start 10 past 11, our next session, and then start with Pinchas Goldsmith, and then have comments from 4 speakers. 2 of them will be over Zoom. So we hope that Reverend Johnny Moore and Rabbi Abraham Cooper are available to join us in about half an hour. But this concludes the first session. I want to thank all the speakers for a very, very interesting 1.5 hours. And as you could see, this really started a conversation, and I felt a bit awkward to have to stop it. But something that I do appreciate with the German culture, that's punctuality. And being a northerner myself, I try to stick to this virtue. Let me just say one thing before we break for coffee. If I do my mathematics right, and we count ourselves around the table, how many people are we here? Can anyone give me a number? My counting says 15 people around the table in Berlin on this very day. And this is not something you can plan. The numbers were fluctuating up and down, but I think symbolically, again, it speaks about the power of a few. So let's take this and the words of the Archbishop of Canterbury as an encouragement as we continue this seminar. Thank you. So for our who are watching over Zoom, we will continue in 25 minutes.
Wannsee Conference, yes, not the most famous part of the Holocaust, but whoever
message from the chief rabbi of Moscow, Pinchas Goldsmith. And then, so for Johnny Moore and Rabbi Abraham Cooper, just for you to be ready. So after Pinchas Goldsmith, I will make a short introduction of Reverend Johnny Moore. And after Johnny Moore, we change a little bit. So Rabbi Abraham Cooper, if you wouldn't mind, you could go after Johnny Moore, and then it would be Gregory Lafitte and Christian Staffa. But over to Moscow and the chief rabbi, Pinchas Goldsmith.
My dear friends, thank you very much for inviting me to join this symposium 80 years after the Wannsee conference. Wannsee conference, yes, not the most famous part of the Holocaust, but whoever knows the details knows that without the Wannsee conference, the Holocaust could not have happened. Yes, on the level of the top politicians, there was a decision to eliminate all the Jews in Europe, and the killers in the concentration camps and everything in the places of mass murder of Jews, we were able to find them in the army and the police. But the technocrats in government ministries who had to coordinate different governments in our occupied territory, who had to coordinate the railway schedules, logistics. All these people who dealt with cold facts. Without them, the murder of 6 million Jews would never have happened. So the Wannsee conference actually is a key moment of the perpetuation of the Holocaust. And what is so scary about it, that most probably some of those technocrats sitting around the table would ask him personally, are you an anti-Semite? Do you have something against Jews? Could be. Some of them would have answered, not really. I'm just an employee. I'm just a bolt in this big machine. As we have found out afterwards in the trial of the main person after Reinhard Heydrich, Adolf Eichmann, really telling the story of the technocrats of the Holocaust. Or as Hannah Arendt afterwards named a book about the banality of evil. When evil is being perpetrated, it is being perpetrated not only by evil people, it is being perpetrated because good people do nothing. Because good people keep quiet. This is the banality of evil. So this symposium has been called by faith leaders, Christian faith, government representatives. Interfaith dialogue plays a very important role in building bridges and to make sure that when an evil is rearing its head, that everyone speaks up. When there's Islamophobia, Jews speak up. When there's anti-Semitism, Christians speak up. When one minority is being attacked, the majority speaks up. This is the purpose of interfaith collaboration today in post-Holocaust Europe. When we speak of the interfaith dialogue, we can speak about different times in the history of religion, talking about the dialogue between Christians and Jews, at the inception of Christianity between the Pharisees and the disciples of Jesus, as recorded in the New Testament and Talmud. Then, 12th or 14th century, the disputations mainly in Spain, in front of the royal court, between a leading Jewish rabbi and a leading Christian theologian, and those debates were not free. Jews were not able to explain themselves, and they were not really interested in those discussions, because whatever would happen during those debates, the Jews will always be on the losing side. So from that moment on, till the Holocaust, was really no or very little debate between the main Abrahamic faith. So after the Holocaust, we witnessed the beginning of an introspection in Christian faith about the culpability of the perpetration of the Holocaust. Many of the Germans and people from other nations who were part of the SS, part of the killing commandos, and part of the killing machine, grew up in religious homes, in Catholic homes, in Protestant homes, homes where parents went to church every Sunday, where the values taught the Christian values. But still, this secular religion of Nazism took them and brought them this new ideology of hate, an ideology of destruction, which became a stronger component of the identity than the Christian identity. So we have to use this moment in history when faith leaders understand that before us, we have many different challenges. We have the new media, the internet, social media, which brings turbulence to this world and hate. It's being used for a lot of good things, but it's also being used for a lot of hate and anti-Semitism, xenophobia, and racism. So the sane leaders of society, those who feel responsibility, not only for themselves, not only for their flock, but for everyone around, have to get together and call those responsible, the technocrats, that we have to put barriers to those who try to use those new platforms for hate, those new platforms to kill, because evil has not disappeared. Evil just has changed its name and changed its face. It's still lurking everywhere. And if good people are not going to fight it, this new anti-Semitism, new racism is going to rear its head, and it's going again to influence, God forbid, millions and millions of people in this world. And it might again destroy the whole world order as we know it today. This is our responsibility today as faith leaders, Christian, Muslim, and Jewish, sitting together and thinking of not ourselves only, but of our children and grandchildren. I would like to note as well that one of the great moments in post-Holocaust dialogue between the Catholic Church and Judaism was Nostra Aetate, which totally changed the narrative and totally changed the relationship between our two faiths. It would have been impossible to think about having an interfaith dialogue today with the Catholic Church without this doctrine was stirred up. I must say there's also other Christian faiths, Protestants as well as the Orthodox, have done very much. And also, as the 500 years of Martin Luther were celebrated in Europe, and especially in Germany, years ago, we saw to what extent the Protestant church tried to come into terms with its past, with anti-Semitism. So, as we stand here today in Wannsee conference, and we look back at history 80 years ago, and we saw how a bunch of technocrats received quite, let's say, a good religious education, to some extent, came from good families, good burghers came and together created the biggest criminal machine of murder in this world. This should be for us, as we say in German, ein Mahnmal, moment of introspection, and a moment of silence, and a moment of thought for everyone and each one of us to think, how can we, or what should we do in order that those things, those murders and Holocausts should never happen again. This is our responsibility as faith leaders, as sons, as fathers, as husbands, as wives, as daughters, as mothers, to make sure that this never happens again. And we shall take responsibility for ourselves, our families, our societies, our congregants, to make sure that the force of the word, and Elie Wiesel always stated it, that crematorium in Auschwitz was not built by bricks alone, it was built by words. Words of hate, which destroyed the world 80 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Chief Rabbi Pinchas Goldsmith. We will hear 4 comments or commentaries in a way related to what has been said so far. And the first 2 will be done over Zoom. So we hope that this will work. Let me just give a brief introduction. Reverend Johnny Moore is the founder and CEO of the Kairos Company, and he's the president of the Congress of Christian Leaders. He was twice a presidential appointee to the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, serving during the Trump and the Biden administrations. And thank you, Johnny Moore, for getting up very early in the morning in the United States to join us here today. And we are eager to finally see you and hear from you. So if the Zoom link will work, over to you, Johnny Moore.
Thank you, Thomas. And I just want to confirm that you can hear me. Okay. First of all, I bring greetings to this symposium on behalf of the Congress of Christian Leaders, the global representative body of the largest churches, the most influential evangelical movements all around the world. I also want to thank the European Coalition for Israel and the Evangelical Protestant Church of Germany for organizing this important symposium. I thank the many distinguished guests, especially from the Jewish community who've joined us today, including the powerful words we just heard from Chief Rabbi Goldschmidt. I'm grateful that those participating affected by COVID-19 in various ways, have persevered in order to make this symposium possible, however possible. Ian Kershaw observes, surprising as it sounds today, a symposium staged at Stuttgart in 1984 was the first time an academic conference in Germany had ever been devoted to the persecution of Jews. Astonishing indeed, considering that nearly 2 generations had passed since the Holocaust. And here we are now, 2 more generations later. And while considerable progress has been made in documenting history's unparalleled travesty, it is also true that we haven't done enough to educate today's generations. And because of this, we face a resurgent anti-Semitism we haven't seen in generations. While the United States has plenty of anti-Semitism itself, growing from the right and from the left, including in the hallowed halls of our United States Congress, our country was touched this week by an Islamist anti-Semite who came from Britain all the way to the United States of America in order to take a synagogue hostage. We have a crisis on our hands. A CNN poll in 2018 quantified it, stating that 1 in 20 Europeans had never heard of the Holocaust, and more than a quarter believed that Jews had too much influence in business and finance, and 1 in 5 believed that anti-Semitism was a response to the actions of Jews. As faith leaders, still grappling with the lessons of the Holocaust, it's up to us to lead, not to wait for the politicians or the opinion polls, or God forbid, for another attack, another deadly attack on Jews. We must take the lead to demand, to ensure, as people of faith, and especially those of us who are Christians, that the rest of society, starting with our leaders, demonstrate in word and in deed solidarity with the 6 million Jews murdered during the Holocaust. I'm here because I believe that every generation of Christians must know about this tragic story. And I'm ashamed to say that I only learned of the Wannsee conference myself in my adulthood. Somehow, despite my education and experience, this tragic part of the story had eluded me. In fact, it was on this very day a few years ago when a Jewish friend mentioned to me in passing that the next day was the anniversary of the Wannsee conference. I was horrified I hadn't heard of it. I was more horrified to learn about those who attended it. I wonder how many millennial Christians, and even Christian Zionists like me, are like I once was. As has been said in various ways here today, each of the 15 attendees at the Wannsee conference were Christians. All but 4 were Protestants. You also couldn't dismiss them as uneducated or underprivileged. It was the cultured Germany which gave us the Wannsee 15. 8 of the 15 had doctorates. Most of them had studied law. As the late Lord Rabbi Sachs reminds us, Heidegger, the greatest German philosopher of the 20th century, was an enthusiastic member of the Nazi Party. He betrayed his Jewish colleagues and students and never, after the war, expressed remorse for what he had done. Scientists, lawyers, judges, doctors, and academics all played their part in the extermination of the Jews, and almost no one registered a protest. While we like to highlight the courage of those Christians who stood against the Nazis, like the early priests and bishops who were sent off to the death camps, or Bonhoeffer or Niemöller, and I was certainly told of those stories as a child repeatedly, it's also important for us to first remember that the vast majority of the Nazis were Christians. And this great horror took place in a Christian country, in Christian Europe. The universities didn't inoculate them from race, ethnic, or religious-based hatred. The universities fueled it. And the churches didn't inoculate them from the disease of indifference. In fact, they sometimes enabled it. I remember the story of one Christian who wrote, and I quote, "I lived in Germany during the Nazi Holocaust. I considered myself a Christian. We heard the stories of what was happening to the Jews, but we tried to distance ourselves from it. But a railroad track ran behind our small church. And each Sunday morning, we could hear the whistle in the distance. And when the wheels coming over the tracks, the noise got louder. We became disturbed when we heard the cries coming from the train as it passed by. We realized that it was carrying Jews like cattle in cars. And week after week, the whistle would blow. And we dreaded to hear the sound of those wheels because we knew that we would hear the cries of the Jews with it en route to a death camp. The screams tormented us. We knew the time the train was coming, and when we heard the whistle blow, we began to sing. And by the time the train came past our church, we were singing at the top of our voices. And if we heard the screams, we sang more loudly, and soon we heard them no more. And although years have passed, I still hear the train whistle in my sleep. God forgive me, forgive all of us who called ourselves Christians, yet did nothing to intervene. Christian families and pastors and churches, we must tell our children about our Christian triumphs, but also about our Christian tragedies. And while the faith of Corrie ten Boom and Bonhoeffer and Oskar Schindler may represent an authentic Christianity, we must also tell our children about the pogroms too. And while hundreds of millions of evangelicals around the world might represent a great firewall against anti-Semitism, the roots of which go back to at least 10 Christian Zionists invited by Herzl to observe the first Zionist conference in Switzerland, it is equally important to recognize that these last 100 years mainly represent an exception to the rule. The century of evangelical Jewish friendship, of Christian Jewish friendship, was preceded by centuries of Christian persecution of Jews. It's all why I don't judge my Jewish friends who won't let their guard down. It's for good reason. And I'm also here, we're also here, because anti-Semitism is a raging fire again, and we must put it out now. But instead, we seem to be in denial. Or to use another analogy, this ancient hate for which there is no vaccine spreads without vigilance. And it's spreading now from the far right to the far left, metastasizing by the very day. And while we sit here today, remembering 15 men who plotted to kill every Jew in Europe, negotiators from our countries sit in Vienna working very hard to appease an Iranian regime whose state policy is to pursue a new Holocaust, even as their state policy is also to deny the first. How can our leaders from Washington and Berlin and Brussels simultaneously mourn murdered Jews of the Holocaust while appeasing Ayatollahs who dream of murdering Jews today? While we sit here today, Christians, including naive evangelicals, I might add, have argued twice in 2 years at the notoriously anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council for sanctions relief for that same Iranian regime, despite that the regime has consistently denied offers from the international community, including the United States, to provide humanitarian assistance outside of the sanctions. But the regime isn't interested in that aid, because they are more than happy to let their own people suffer if it means they can use them as negotiating leverage to get more cash to fund more terrorism against more Jews. And while we sit here, advanced technology, including artificial technology and biotechnology, is being used to commit a genocide, a sophisticated cultural and physical genocide against millions of Uyghurs by the second most powerful country in the world, which I might add, the gap between the first and the second is still immense. But that same country is also exporting that technology to other countries, including also to the Iranians. Complicating matters, on top of it all, we live in a world rife with polarization, weakened by a pandemic, inflamed by social media. And it reminds me of the words of Winston Churchill in his famous Iron Curtain speech. If we fail, he said, at confronting these threats, then the whole world, including the United States, including all that we have known and cared for, will sink in the abyss of a new dark age, made more sinister and perhaps more protracted by the, quote, lights of perverted science. We have seen a glimpse of this dark age, and the world barely survived it. And these dark ages seem to always begin with hatred of the Jews. This is a moment of warning for us because the road to Auschwitz, Ian Kershaw also reminds us, may have been built by hate, but it was paved with indifference. The indifference to argue that anti-Zionism, for instance, isn't anti-Semitism, to ignore the words thrown out in passing by the most powerful leaders in the world. It all reminds me of a conversation I had in Bosnia over a decade ago with a family who hosted me in their home. They said to me with their children sitting around, "We worry about the future because our children are old enough to know the story of the war, but they're far too young to remember how it felt." And finally, and most importantly, I'm here and we're here to honor the memory of those whose lives ended too soon and those who miraculously survived to go on to defy the Nazis by rebuilding the Jewish people and the Jewish state of Israel. Every act of solidarity, every single one on their behalf, is a dagger in the heart of hate. And the way we protect our present and our future is by teaching our children about our past. The great Jew, Maimonides, writes, "God gives us one gift above all others, life itself, beside which everything else is secondary." Our lives, ladies and gentlemen, are God's sacred gift to us. It's all we have. And so if nothing else comes from the symposium, let us recommit to use our lives to save the lives of others, not just by reflecting on 4 generations ago, but in the here and the now. And in so doing, we will probably save ourselves too. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny Moore, for showing your determination by, as I understand it, getting up really early in the morning to be able to join us here today. And we will also hear from you later in a few hours when we will look very practically at these questions. And exactly as you said, how can we make sure that we move forward from this conference with some very practical steps? Thank you again, Johnny. Our next speaker, and I hope we have you there on Zoom as well, is Rabbi Abraham Cooper, Associate Dean from the Simon Wiesenthal Center. And again, I was so moved when I understood that the two of you were planning on joining us in person, and it would have been a trip, I think, spending 24 or 48 hours in Berlin and then home to Los Angeles for Shabbat. So again, it didn't work out this time, but we are looking forward to seeing you in Europe in due time and continue this conversation live. But now we are very eager to hear from you, Rabbi Cooper.
Thank you, Dr. Sandel, and I look forward to joining you in Berlin in the near future and going together to Wannsee to offer our personal reflections and prayers. In the meantime, everyone here could enjoy a bit of a miracle, having a rabbi voluntarily mute himself for 2 hours before speaking. I'm here to represent the 400,000 members of the Simon Wiesenthal Center. And of course, it was an amazing experience and deepest honor for me to have worked with and known Mr. Wiesenthal for 29 years. And I will try my best not to repeat some of the things that have already been said. I would like, however, to follow up on Dr. Schirmacher quoted apparently a journalist from 1920 who heard Hitler make some early comments. When you visit the Simon Wiesenthal Center's Museum of Tolerance, the centerpiece document that we have, that we present to everyone, is a 4-page report that was typed and signed by Adolf Hitler while still a soldier in the German army, working for an intelligence unit after the war was over and shortly before he and the other soldiers were decommissioned. He was asked to write a report about the Jews. This was on September 16th, 1919, 6 years before the publication of Mein Kampf. I'll just give two quick excerpts in English, and I think it will confirm everything that we heard from Dr. Schumacher about Hitler's mindset, but we need to understand that that mindset existed before the party came into existence and was a centerpiece, tragically, of who this man was. He described his hatred of Jews, emphasizing that, quote, emotional anti-Semitism, which will always find its expression in the form of pogroms, wouldn't solve the problem. Only, quote, a legal removal of the rights of Jews would. Hitler continued, the uncompromising removal of the Jews altogether, quote unquote, could be accomplished only, quote, under a government of national strength and never under a government of national impotence. I think I was, of course, quite moved by Reverend Moore's words and his tone. I think it's important to give a context for how we see things here, and I won't do it through statistics, but through an exchange that I witnessed between Simon Wiesenthal and a university student in the United States in the Midwest in 1980. The student asked him, Mr. Wiesenthal, could it happen again? And his response was that if, his formula, if you will, if you have hate, crisis, a government policy, and technology, anything is possible. Went on to state that if the technology of the 1930s and 40s had been available in Spain during the Inquisition, no Jew would have survived in Spain, no Catholic in England, no Protestant in France. Mr. Wiesenthal made those statements and that comment decades before anyone thought of the idea or the technology of the internet. We don't have to belabor the point today about social media and the role that it's playing to 24/7 to spread the hatred. Before, and I learned so much from Dr. Kellenbach's presentations. There was an exchange about whether or not A, IRA should be adopted, and B, what about a separate statement or an additional statement from religious leaders emanating from Germany. From where I sit, both of those things are absolutely necessary. Do not underestimate the impact of your conference today, never mind the numbers because of COVID, that it's taking place in Berlin, that the Wannsee conference is being discussed. But it is critically important to have new initiatives, to give the tools to young theologians in the next generation so that they can understand both the history and the theology, and they can take a leadership role in the fight against theologically based bigotry. We knew where that road went to, where it led. It's also, I think, useful to recall the words of Adolf Eichmann at his trial in Jerusalem. We've heard before, it's worth repeating, that of the 15 ministers that sat around that table, ministers of state, 8 had PhDs. And Heydrich had expected opposition from some of the participants. But according to Eichmann, who was present, Heydrich found, quote, an unexpected air of agreement. Rather than expressing any hesitations, concerns, or outright opposition, these 8 PhDs expressed enthusiasm about being included in the plan. Quote, these gentlemen were sitting together and minced no words about it. They spoke about methods of killing the Jews, about murder, liquidation, about extermination, unquote. Gassing Jews drew particular interest. And so in 90 minutes, 15 men set in motion the industrial-sized mass murder of an entire people. And Hitler's original statement in 1919 and Mr. Wiesenthal's analysis of how a genocide can be pulled off both point to the Wannsee Conference. He needed to have the bureaucracy of an entire government weaponized. And these 15 individuals who had plenty of power all embraced that vision and unfortunately helped unleash what we know today as the Shoah of the Holocaust. 90 minutes, that's all it took. So very briefly, just a few talking points. I'm not an academic. I'm here to listen and learn. But the first lesson, I believe, for everyone is a reminder that there is no automatic connection between education and ethics. As we know, there were plenty of educated people around that table. And that's a lesson I believe that we can impart and should impart, both as faith leaders, as educators, as parents, to put education, intellectual abilities, technological prowess, even computerization. Unless we introduce and inculcate humanity and ethics and morals into the lives of our young people, don't expect that to be a part necessarily of any curriculum of any university today in the world. And that's a huge problem. It's a huge gap. And we see what countries like China and Iran are doing with that kind of prowess. Secondly, it may sound trite, but especially as to what happened this past Sabbath in Texas, it's worth remembering that when someone threatens you, you have to take it seriously, no matter what their station in life. Hitler's words signed by him in September 1919, 20 years later, the war began, and shortly thereafter, the Wannsee Conference gave a formal confirmation that the entire power and apparatus of the German Nazi state in the midst of the Second World War was fully committed to fulfill that. One other comment about the need for Christian theologians to speak up. And I believe the impact that it helped will on Muslims. Since we live in such a highly secularized world, you might say, well, what's it worth? Earlier today, I received a tweet that a scholar, an Islamic scholar in Africa, accused the Jewish people of being behind the COVID-19 pandemic because they have a plot to reduce the population of the world so that the Jewish state of Israel can go in and take it over. If it sounds a bit like the 2022 version of the Blood Libel and the Black Plague, etc., there are no new ideas in love or hate. There are only new applications and new ways to wrap it. So do not underestimate the impact of real action on the part of religious figures within Christendom on the overall scheme of things. Then we have the term never again. Well, for us Jews, pretty clear. We have to take every threat seriously. Anti-Semitism is raging again. And for 99% of world Jewry, Israel is a spiritual home. Many of us have family there, and we want to defend the future of Jewish destiny to play out in the Holy Land, even as we defend the rights of religious minorities in the Holy Land and beyond. Because if one faith group can't pray in peace and safety, none of us can. How about for the people in Germany? I would suggest, as a minimum, a baseline. The most important thing is to do no harm. When you read the Wannsee protocols and you see the full power of the German state being unleashed to destroy millions and millions of innocent Jewish people, no one alive today, with maybe a few final exceptions of people put on trial in Germany, we're not talking about perpetrators, but there is a moral obligation going forward. We have huge problems with violent anti-Semitism on the streets of New York, but it also deeply disturbs us that there are violent anti-Semitic acts in the streets of Germany. So there is an obligation, which we should be tying back to the lessons of the Holocaust and to Wannsee, to do no harm and to make sure that in 2022, there's accountability in German democracy, in Austria's democracy, in France, in the UK, Canada, US, Australia. We want to hear less about anti-Semitism and more about holding anti-Semites accountable for their words and their deeds. And that includes in Germany. It also means that a German government, now led by Chancellor Olaf Scholz, and we wish him and his new government well, should do something that unfortunately Chancellor Merkel never did. And that is to publicly denounce Iran's state policy of Holocaust denial. The former Chancellor of Austria, Kurz, he confronted the then president of Iran at a joint press conference in Vienna. We need Germany not only to take the time out on January 27th for the very powerful and emotive and important programs at the Bundestag, the Bundesrat, and the rest. We need Germany to send a signal to a country it has huge economic ties that there are consequences to state-sponsored anti-Semitism. We need the German government to hold the Iranian government culpable and to basically say to them, you cannot go forward with us as business as usual while you threaten a genocide against the state of Israel. Believe it or not, when Germany will speak on this issue, Washington will listen. Maybe the world should be different, but that's the reality today in 2022. Again, I want to commend all the leaders who've come together for this important event. And you have the commitment of the Wiesenthal Center to work with you, assist in any way possible, and also to serve as a platform for some of the amazing educational opportunities and information, especially about the women who were noted before. Those are people who may not have been famous in their day, but those are potential heroes and role models, and not just for young women, and not just in Germany. So thank you for the opportunity to attend, and thank you for the opportunity on behalf of the Simon Wiesenthal Center to speak briefly to you.
Thank you, Rabbi Cooper, and we look forward to meeting you in Jerusalem at the opening of the Museum of Tolerance in due time.
It could be our honor.
The next speaker is someone I worked closely together with for many years, Dr. Gregory Lafitte. Now I have to check out and see who he exactly is. So I will read his bio, which says that Gregory Lafitte is the Director for UN Affairs of the European Coalition for Israel and co-founder of the Forum for Cultural Diplomacy. Fellow of the École Normale Supérieure, Dr. Lafitte has lived and studied in Geneva, New York, Paris, Jerusalem, and now in Basel. He is one of the initiators of the recognition of Yom Kippur at the United Nations and of the UN Group of Friends of the Jewish Culture, which aims at fighting anti-Semitism by highlighting the contributions of the Jewish culture to humanity. So over to you, Gregory Lafitte.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Dr. Staffa, for making this possible today. We are indebted to you because we realize we wouldn't be here without you and everything that Akademie did to make today and tomorrow possible. Thank you very much. Dear friends, I won't speak as a theologian, which I am not. I won't speak as a historian, which I am not. I can go on like this. I could tell you all the things that I'm not. But I will speak as a logician, a student of the work of a number of philosophers, logicians, and I'll just mention two particular philosophers today, which are Emmanuel Levinas and Jean-Claude Milner, who have had a great impact on my understanding of all of this. We are 80 years after the Wannsee conference, where the Endlösung was decided, this terrible definitive solution was decided. What is it? It's really the killing in mass and detail of a multiplicity so that only one voice remains, so that only one voice would speak. It's the silencing of speaking beings so that only one voice could be heard. All speaking beings cannot speak at the same time. The Jewish name, in a way, refers to those who spoke before. The Jewish name is sufficient to attest that speaking is possible to every speaking being. But that is by interiority. Some see every holder of the Jewish name as a threat to them, as speaking beings. Some deny this interiority. Some denounce it. They think that the Jews would have deprived others, that somehow they stole their voice. At Wannsee, they couldn't stand this interiority. They tried to cut the thread that was carried by the many speaking beings who carry that name, this Jewish name. How did we arrive here? I believe that to understand that, we must study universality. Universality is one of those keywords today that is one of the most powerful. We all believe it's supposed to come from the Greeks. And so we could define universality to say that it defines what holds for all everywhere. The meaning behind this is that it holds for a very great number of speaking beings. And today, as universality is quite an idol, what opposes it, what is an obstacle to universality, is generally considered to deserve condemnation. A name which refuses to be the name of all deserves condemnation by all and everywhere. It becomes the unspeakable name, the name which must disappear for the reign of universality to be established. We all know the Greek sentence, every human is mortal. It's in the singular form. It's not all humans are mortal. Because in Greek, universality, to katolu, means from the point of view of holon, meaning completion, integrality. It's not about large numbers. For Plato and Aristotle, universality is not in large numbers. Because universality is singular. If the universalist can claim to be in the footsteps of someone, it's not really Plato nor Aristotle. It's really the church. She has confirmed, thanks to Paul of Tarsus, that universality means a very large number. It means for all. Katolu of Aristotle became the Catholic of the uncountable multiplicity of the believers. Paul of Tarsus is somehow the inventor of this plural universality. We are all one. We all sinned in one. We are all saved by one. But the nor Greek nor Jew of Paul of Tarsus is an echo of the decision of Alexander the Great, enforcing an equivalence in his empire between Macedonians, Greeks, and Persians. Festugière, who is an Hellenist, who was a churchman, wrote an excellent book on all of this, and he described this goal of Alexander of the time as the goal of finding a universal religion. To consider human beings as brothers, that they are as brothers in as much as they are the natural children of the same Father, Cosmos. For some of the Greeks at the time of Alexander, the way that Alexander was looking at universality was an offense. Even, and this is according to Festugière, even the nephew of Aristotle tried to kill Alexander because he had changed the notion of universality. So in a way, Christianity is not completely responsible for this change. But the story continues. Cicéron, with the Romans, I don't know how you say it in English, sorry, chose the word universis for Catolu. Universis means a bit the opposite of Catolu. It means turned toward one. And universis is Catolu, is from unity. So Catolu is from unity and universis is towards unity. So it changes the view of how we consider when we say all humans, or when we try to look at a universal way of describing humanity. Alexander had substituted the idea of the city to the one of the empire. At this time, this is the moment where the Jewish name meets the Greek name. We all know about the Septuagint, which some have described, the goal of which some have described as establishing some kind of universal religion. It's important to remember that it's in this context of Alexander that was continued later on by the Seleucids, that we have the story of Hanukkah. And from that moment on, we can say that Alexandro-Christianism rules humanity, at least when it comes to consider what we mean by all human beings, by universality. I strongly believe that with this anniversary of the Wannsee Conference, we have to realize that this Wannsee Conference was a warning. At least I think we need to consider it as a warning. Because everything I just described to you shows, and I could have gone more in depth, but we don't have time, that every universal project, as soon as it does not consider its cracks, its constitutive exceptions, is threatened by the totalitarian temptation, which, to save it all, will always put the Jews in a position of exception. Jew hatred almost always builds itself as a dream of all, of universality, which requires of the Jew to be in this position of exception. This is, in a way, I could describe it, I've described it in the past, as some kind of blueprint for anti-Semitism. This blueprint is a warning, and Wannsee is an instance of this terrible warning that every universal project should heed. I would like to finish to 3 messages. First, to my Christian brothers and sisters, then a message to everyone, and then I would like to finish with a message to my Jewish brothers and sisters. So to the Christians, I would like to say, 80 years after Wannsee, in Wannsee, the Jews had no voice. 80 years after Wannsee, let the Jews have their own voice, or voices. My dear Christian brothers and sisters, you have a lot, if not everything, to learn from this Jewish voice. And if I may, you have nothing to give them that they don't already have. I would also advise my Christian brothers and sisters to learn about Jesus the Jew. The notion of the Jewish Messiah, which is quite far from the notion of the Christ. Edmond Flegg, who was an important figure of French Judaism, wrote, who is one of the founders of l'Amitié Judéo-Chrétienne, wrote a wonderful book. The title is, it's a novel. The title is Jesus Told by the Wandering Jew. It talks about this terrible anti-Semitic myth of the wandering Jew, but it presents the story of Jesus. It's mostly addressed to the Christians. Somehow it's to tell the Jews, you need to know the story of Jesus the Jew, and it's to tell the Christians, you need to know the story of Jesus the Jew, which wasn't one of yours. Who wasn't one of yours. And so I'm just mentioning Edmond Flegg because I think to my Christian brothers and sisters, I want to say, know about this Jesus, the Jewish Jesus. And he showed how much in a way, it's not really true that the Jews rejected Jesus. It's really somehow the contrary. It's really in history, we see that it's really the Christians who have rejected Jesus, the Jew. To everyone, with what I talked about concerning universality, about this temptation, about the speaking beings, I think it's clear that anti-Semitism should be fought separately from any form of racism. The first reason is that there's a clear difference of nature. We're not talking about the same thing. Racism and anti-Semitism are incomparable. They're almost the antithesis one of another. So I don't have time to develop that, but I think it's important that we consider this difficulty. But it's not only because of the difference of nature that I'm saying this, it's also because I think that with what I try to present from a logical point of view, any universal, uniform way of looking at the fight against all forms of racism altogether will only end up in putting the Jews in a place of exclusion, exactly as it did in Durban 20 years ago. And so my last message is to my dear Jewish brothers and sisters. I will just quote the Torah. But as for you, be fruitful and multiply. Am Israel Chai.
Thank you, Gregory Lafitte. I'm Israel Chaim. Our last commentator, as we have called those who have spoken for the last hour, is the host of this conference. And as Gregory rightly said, without the help and the support and the groundwork, the hard work of Christian Staffer for many weeks now, months, this would not have happened. And at one point I said to Christian, so is it okay if I put you down as co-organizer? Because I have to tell you, not everyone are comfortable in Christian circle to be connected with something called European Coalition for Israel. So I was sort of trying to be diplomatic, and he said, well, with all the amount of work that I have done, wouldn't you consider me a co-organizer? And I think that was the wonderful, humorous way of
Sure.
saying that he's very happy to work together. So thank you so much. And this is your time to comment on what has been said, please.
Well, yeah, let's talk about that later at dinner sometime. I try to be short, and that should make you skeptical because it's everybody who starts with trying to be short is long. 5 points or 6. One is that that we don't start from zero. That's one of the things I would like to stress because after 45, there was an incredible development in Protestant and Catholic theology. Rabbi Goldschmidt mentioned the Vatican II and the Catholic movement and the Protestant during, for example, the Luther anniversary. But it started in the late 50s, beginning 60s, and that's to be known. You know that the Protestant group, Jews and Christians, founded itself at the Kirchentag, founded itself in 61. I'm now the Christian head of it, but it's like it used to be a real cooperation between Jews and Christians in 61, and they had an incredible amount of participants at their events in the German Kirchentag. It's a church day every second year, and 5 to 10,000 people came there just to listen. And Action Reconciliation Service for Peace was founded in 61, which is an international organization trying to make up for the atrocities of the Nazis with their voluntary service. That's just sort of, and that doesn't mean anything in terms of it's finished, it's a start, and we're still starting. But it is something to reflect upon and to appreciate that people try to do that in the world in the early 60s, which wasn't at all ready for this kind of work. Then one of the things Justin Welby mentioned, so we have to be once and for all, we have to get rid of anti-Semitism. I'm skeptical not about the impulse, but about the realization of it. Because we need the question, why is it so strong? And why is it so violent? And one of the answers I think is very important from the Christian side to give, it is that the Jew is always the negative side of my being positive. My belief is the disbelief of the Jew. And it needs each other. And if you don't come to this point in your analysis and in your fighting anti-Semitism, you won't succeed. This self-image, and that's my skeptical perspective on the IRA definition, because that still talks about the perception of the Jews. The point of the hardcore anti-Semitic issue is self-perception. You receive yourself as good, as a Christian, and you need, because you don't really believe it, you need somebody who is representing the negative side of it. And from my point of view, this is very, very essential to understand the phenomena and to fight it. Third, we must do, that is sort of the issue of this conference, we must work on this anti-supersessionist theology, what Katharina presented. This connects with my second point, with this self-image issue, and how could we, what kind of types we have to discuss. That is Judas the traitor, which is still, it's still the image. If you look at Judas, then you would always see he becomes the Jew. And what is the Jew? It's money and traitor. You know, you have these images and they are secularized. So it's our responsibility also for the secularization of anti-Semitism. It's conspiracy, very prominent right now, and the Corona. Somebody mentioned that. It's you know, even Bill Gates becomes a Jew. That is sort of the peak of It's not the peak, but it's part of the conspiracy myth. It's a Christian myth. We created it. The God's murder and all this sort of and the opposition of love and violence. You know, love is the New Testament, violence, the revenge God is. We have to get rid of these images. And that is, from my point of view, our possible influence on the world. Besides the points you made with the Christian Muslim, what are we going to sort of how open are we to implement the Jewish-Christian dialogue into the Muslim-Jewish dialogue, into the Muslim-Christian dialogue? That's an open question and very, very complicated, as we mentioned. But in terms of what could be the impact of Christianity, and Thomas Schumacher is the head of 600 million Christians. Even in Germany, we have still sort of more than half of the population. If they were all fighters against anti-Semitism, we would be very far. And that's the aim. We should work on that. But it's still, and then we have to come to this projection and delegation mechanisms and try to implement new images. Okay, worldwide. I'm just talking this national perspective. So we have to try to implement self-images of Christian belief, which is not relying on a negative counter-image. And that is, that is something which we are working on with the different projects we are performing, trying to get this into educational purposes and educational books, and that means that needs interdisciplinary networks and international networks. And so I was thinking, that there's not only the kind of European Coalition for Israel, who is this evangelical, this kind that we need this cooperation between, I don't know what the English word is for cooperation, the mainstream churches and evangelical church, mainline churches, and because that makes us a lot stronger, and both of us. I think it's far away, but we could try it on the national level and also on the international level. That means for me also, and I think you understood that for me the IRA definition is something which is, as we say in German, jumping short. It's like for Christians, for churches, we need a specific Christian self-reflective, at least sort of addition to the IRA definition, because we can't. The IRA definition for churches would be a flight. It would be just, okay, we have nothing to do with it. We need a Christian self-reflective definition of anti-Semitism. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Dr. Staffa. Thank you, Christian. Also for being punktlich. We are 2 minutes away from a lunch, but it means obviously we have a few minutes if there are comments or questions, needs for clarifications at this point. So why don't we make use of that time if there's a question? Yes, Shilma.
Does this work now? Yeah, it works now. I just wanted to underline what you say, asking all non-Protestants to leave the room for a minute. I mentioned this, the whole Reformation followed this argument. You prove that the Catholics still are Jews, yeah? So they have a priest, the Old Testament had a priest, we have no priests, done, yeah? And you can, yeah, they have candles on the table, the Jews had candles on the table, we have no candles on the table, yeah, with very stupid things. this argument worked. You are the good if you prove that your enemy is Jewish. Yeah. And we all know that, of course, it didn't have anything to do with the letter of Galatians or whatever was used. Yeah. So I think it's deeply rooted in all versions, a very pious version of our theology, but also in the historic critical method that was very anti-Old Testament, at least in the beginning. It's different today now, but at the beginning it was, yeah. And so I think that's deeply rooted on our side and needs to be tackled. And very, very few people are aware of it, even theologians. Yeah, that this is, and it's hard to understand why totally diverse groups who use this end up with the Jews. I mean, there are so many minorities in the world that could become the bad guys. Yeah. And in totally diverse people groups end up with the same group that is the Jews. And I agree with you, the explanation is deep in history that this had become a habit from very early times on. So thank you very much.
I would like to bring a suggestion, if possible. Maybe this forum today will think about to give out a declaration speaking about protecting Jewish life. Let's learn from the past, from the silent, as was today mentioned here, and speak about the present and the future. And I think the voice of this forum, of the people who are around the table and who you all represent, is very important. And as I believe a declarations to protect Jewish life today from you will make a major influence and change. Thank you.
Thank you. We have heard the question and have a challenge ahead of us, but we are also very capable people here who are good at drafting resolutions. So I'm not going to make a conclusion, but we've heard it, and I think we'll have time these next hours to reflect. And I don't think it would be impossible to issue a broad statement, something that everyone can agree on. And I completely agree that we should focus on the present and the future. Let me just say very briefly to our role. So everyone knows the Evangelical Protestant Church of Germany doesn't need any introduction, but of course, who are this European Coalition for Israel? What is that? And that's a very valid question. And if things would have been taken care of, there would be no European Coalition for Israel today. But in 2004, when the European Commission at the time called together a crisis summit with the first second intifada and the first new rise of anti-Semitism, and Elie Wiesel spoke. And he said, well, I'm looking around the conference room and I see all the same familiar faces, all Jewish organizations. And he said, where are the others? Where are the Christians? Where are the Muslims? Where are the agnostics? Where are all the others? So I was at that meeting, and I could, of course, have taken the easy road and say, well, I don't represent anyone. There's the Thomas Schirmacher and Christian Staffer and everyone else. But I chose to do what the little I could, and within a few months, I saw Elie Wiesel again here in Berlin, actually, and I say, well, today we do have a coalition of all the others. And this is what we try to bring to the table and say, we don't speak as representatives of Jewish communities. And we have mostly been in the political space, be it European Union or be it United Nations for the last 10 years, as Gregory mentioned. So this is, in some way for us, it's a new venture. to go back to our roots and realize that, there are some very deeper hurdles also in our history to come to a greater understanding of what needs to be done. So this, I just wanted to say that as a clarification. We are not pretending to be something that we are not. We are few. We are not powerful in any way. We don't have any resources. But we want to answer this question of Elie Wiesel. Where are all the others? I happened to be there, and I said, at the time I was a journalist. I had a church background, and I said, well, you combine this together, and there is a voice, and we want to amplify this voice. And I think also in finding a common understanding of what needs to be done now with regards to the IRA working definition. We have this initiative, I Am My Brother's Keeper, as it says over here, Churches Against Antisemitism. And we are very practical. So we realize that for us, it's a starting point to adopt the IRA working definition on anti-Semitism. It should be a no-brainer, but it doesn't stop there. It's much more complicated. It's a much longer journey, but one doesn't exclude the other. So I just want to say this on the record, also who we are and why we do this. We are going over time, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure you all could do with the lunch break. I think the lunch break is 1.5 hours more or less, isn't it? So we will come back here then at 2 o'clock, and then we will continue and look more at what the governments and governmental authorities are. They are dealing with this question. So thank you again for this first part of the day, and to be continued. And so that's also for those watching over Zoom. At 2 o'clock Berlin time, we will resume this meeting. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Berlin, and those of you who are watching online, it's time to continue a conference which has already been very stimulating, very substantial, and we are coming to a new part. The way we were looking at it when we planned the conference is that the first part in some way would be how can we say, a church issue, looking at things of anti-Semitism theologically. Now we are moving to the next level and asking the question, well, how are the government authorities defining anti-Semitism in order to combat anti-Semitism? And I think this is an issue which is obviously of great concern for us as well. I think without any further ado, I will introduce the next speaker, someone who doesn't really need much of an introduction, Katharina von Schnurbein, the EU coordinator, combat against anti-Semitism and for fostering Jewish life. And we are grateful both to Katharina personally, but also to the European Commission that they were able to prioritize this event during a time of the year which is very work intensive, with the Holocaust Remembrance Day coming up next week. So thank you, Katharina, and with this short introduction, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Thomas. Colleagues, it's a pleasure to be here with you and to present to you the recently adopted first ever EU strategy on combating anti-Semitism, fostering Jewish life, which is a outcome of, I would say, close cooperation and dialogue with the Jewish communities, civil society, EU member states, public authorities, the different entities really who are involved can be involved in addressing anti-Semitism and other forms of hatred as well, of course. We started this process not with regards to a strategy originally, but really to improve the cooperation with the Jewish community in 2015 after I was appointed, and this position was created together with a coordinator on combating anti-Muslim hatred at the time. I will briefly present it to you, and I think that some of the suggestions and some of the ideas that were brought forward here are also reflected in the strategy. Of course, it comes out of the understanding that anti-Semitism is on the rise, and also that the pandemic has significantly increased anti-Semitism and the expression of anti-Semitism online, and also, as we have seen in European streets, with anti-vaxxers wearing Stars of David, saying unvaccinated, and making comparison between the offer to get a vaccine during a pandemic to the systematic killing and murder of Jews during Nazi times. So I think it's important to understand a bit this context and to realize what has happened also in the last 2 years. We made a study in June 2021, in which we compared the anti-Semitic content online on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram in January, February 2020, so just before the pandemic, and January, February 2021. For German and French. For French, there is a 7-fold increase. For German language, there is a 13-fold increase of anti-Semitic content in just 1 year. So it has also, for that reason, of course, much more reached beyond usual bubbles and reached into mainstream. We pursue a holistic approach in this strategy. It is firmly based on the IRA definition. We were very much involved also in the adoption process at the time in IRA in 2016, and the European Commission then started to use it as of Holocaust Remembrance Day 2017. It was adopted by the Parliament in 2017 in June, and then by the European Council in a declaration 2018. And for various reasons, we think that it's an appropriate tool that can be useful for training purposes and for recognizing anti-Semitic biases. There are over 70 initiatives in the strategy in all different kinds of fields. They need to be implemented together with member states in very many cases, with civil society. I think this is maybe one of the most important messages. You know, we can do on European level what we want, unless it is actually taken on board and there is ownership on national level, on regional level, in local level, in cities. And then also in civil society, it really doesn't change anything. So the main aim is to ensure a future for Jews in Europe. We know from our surveys among 16,500 Jews from 2018 that 4 out of 10 European Jews say that they have thought about leaving in the year before. And security is one reason, but increasingly also the aspect of shrinking space to live in line with their traditions, or to have discussions in the public sphere that put into question cultural and religious traditions, such as ritual slaughter, for example, or also circumcision, are also mentioned as one important aspect. Hence, also the combination of combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life, where we think that this aspect is really important and is really the heart also of this strategy. We want to have a sustainable strategy. That's why it runs for 1 decade until 2030. That gives us the possibility to create structures in terms of research and with member states that will last certainly longer than this commission, but hopefully also be sustainable in the long run. I think if we want to change the situation, in particular when it comes, for example, to education, and we start changing things in universities, in schools now, our time horizon is probably 25 years, 1 generation, to see a real change. So we need a long breath. There are certain aspects that the strategy is built on 3 pillars. We have 1 pillar, which is about the prevention, combating anti-Semitism. The 2nd pillar is about security and fostering Jewish life. And the 3rd pillar is about Holocaust remembrance, and then education and research, not only on the Holocaust, but also anti-Semitism and Jewish life. And then we want to see also these 3 pillars reflected in the EU's external action, which is very challenging, but I think we need to have this aim to globally lead the fight against anti-Semitism as well. There are certain aspects in the strategy where the EU has a added value, in the sense that we have more weight if we act as 27 together. For example, when it comes to addressing online hatred. On the one side, we have, with regards to the platforms, a weight when we request certain action from them. And we started in 2016 to negotiate and to conclude a code of conduct whereby they have to take down within 24 hours illegal hate speech according to European legislation. We also want to see as part of the strategy that, for example, Nazi memorabilia, which are illegal in certain EU countries, but you can, without problem, order them through the internet from another country, and they are shipped to you. We think that here the platforms have a responsibility to be within the law of the country that is the recipient of this otherwise prohibited goods. So these kind of things here, I think as EU, we clearly have more weight if we act together. Same is true for anything to do with legislation. We have legislation underway. There is legislation since 2008 on hate speech and hate crime. Now we will have the so-called Digital Services Act, which will help to make data flows and money flows more transparent, to have better redress mechanisms, better ways to go to court, and so on. So this will be a real step forward, but it works only if the legislation is properly transposed and also used. And here we come to the member states. Already now, member states theoretically have the possibility to prosecute in online haters. But as we know, it's done only very rarely. So that means you need to train law enforcement agencies much better. You need to increase the capacity significantly. Many aspects that really are in the remit of the member states, where there are support structures from the EU, but unless it is made a political priority, it's not going to change. And then there's a third aspect where we want to support much more than it has been done in the past, networks of civil society organizations that monitor the net and that flag hate speech, or that develop counter speech, that develop counter arguments with regards to conspiracy myths in not only the EU languages, but really, and this was mentioned, I think Gandhi, you also mentioned it, languages which from outside the EU transport anti-Semitic content. We have an observatory on disinformation since last year on European level, which monitors in also some aspects of anti-Semitism. It is above all about disinformation with regards to COVID and also political disinformation that we saw ahead of the European Parliament elections coming from third countries. But the aim is to have these networks and connect them into these structures to ensure that platforms also react. So this, I think, is one very important aspect. The internet is the #1 entry door for anti-Semitism in our living rooms, and it is essential to close it. And then, of course, we have on the member state side the aspects of security. I won't go into it. I think it is important. I mean, Germany is ahead in many aspects, also in this one. But there are countries in which the Jewish communities still today pay for their own security. They make their own analysis. They don't get hardly any state support except maybe for a bit of patrolling on high holidays. So this is something that where we've been very vocal on saying this is the responsibility of the member states to ensure the security of their citizens, and of course also the Jewish citizens. Then the other aspect is education. That's also a member state competence. The curricula, the formation, the training of teachers, the university curricula, all of this is a member state issue. And again, it's a question of political priority. We can support this. We have, for example, we are giving to a program that UNESCO and the OSCE, ODIHR Institute, so the Human Rights Institute of the OSCE, have developed, which is very good on addressing anti-Semitism through education. We have, as part of the strategy, given them €1 million to now have trainings in different member states. So these things are happening, but really I think it is very important to have and to develop a political priority to say this is needed, because we know that it's not easy. For example, if teachers systematically are supposed to learn about the Holocaust, no matter whether they are sports teachers or music teachers or history teachers, that means that in the university curricula, you need to have a course where you get a credit for. And then we hear, of course, from students on the other side, that there's not enough space even in their curricula for doing these kind of things. So I think this is something that we discuss, and we have a working group between the member states representatives, special envoys such as Felix on the one side, and then the Jewish communities from the country represented as well, which meets twice a year to discuss these issues in a very practical way. And there are lots of aspects where we want to strengthen the cooperation and support, for example, better monitoring of data of incidents and better recording of incidents across member states. At the moment, we have 27 different systems. Some countries don't even distinguish between crime and hate crime. Other countries, and including Germany, have even categories for distinguishing between certain forms of anti-Semitism, even if there are also some flaws to that system, as we know. But we want to develop together with the member states a methodology based on what has already been developed to make sure we can compare the situation across Europe and to encourage reporting. At the moment, we think that not in Germany, but in most countries, probably except for 3 or 4, there's an under-reporting rate of about 80%. We know that from the surveys that we did in 2018. So it's very important. You can only fight it if you see it, and it needs to be made visible. Second aspect is the support of victims. There is a huge distrust, I think, when it comes to victims of anti-Semitic incidents, not only crimes, but also incidents that maybe are below the legality threshold, to go to public authorities. We think that it's important to have organizations that can be a bridge between the communities and the public authorities. And here again, Germany is a very good example. There are very good structures here, and we hope that this kind of support that is financed often by the states then, but is given to organizations that have the trust of the community, can be also replicated in other member states. And then there is the whole aspect of supporting and fostering Jewish life. So we of course, we will have, and we have already, a lot more funding available to support projects in the recognition of the fact that Jewish communities are small, still as a direct consequence of the Shoah, and that they have institutions that are often that surpass or are disproportionately important and large compared to the size of the community, that there should be certain support, state support, and the EU is making funds available here also, in particular for projects, but also for grants and for structural support. We can help to build networks between organizations across Europe. We see that many in our discussions with the Jewish communities and also other organizations that address anti-Semitism or work on Jewish life, that often, because they're not connected, they're all reinventing the wheel. And I think this is something where we can really support, and we will hold a civil society forum this year, bringing them together, giving them also access to information about how the EU can fund them, and to ensure that this will then happen on an annual basis. Very important, and we've discussed it already, are the aspects of freedom of religion with regards to kosher slaughtering and also circumcision, while, however, kosher slaughtering, there is some sort of competence legislation which allows for an exemption for member states to allow kosher slaughtering, while on circumcision the EU has no competence and also is therefore very careful not to overstep its competences. We have to weigh these things carefully, but it is of grave concern that there is this perceived shrinking space, and I think it's important to raise this in our work vis-a-vis member states to make them aware what are the consequences. I mean, we know that when Jews have left Europe in the past, it's never been good for Europe, and I think we need to make also politicians understand this connection in order to see the consequences of it. Finally, Holocaust remembrance and Holocaust education in a larger sense. There are many initiatives to support that we will develop new forms of remembrance culture, given that we have a more digital world. The pandemic has helped this along significantly, that we have less and less survivors among us, that the society is more diverse. All of this needs to be reflected. And I think what we should develop is a European remembrance culture, and showing the singularity of the Shoah as a defining moment also for the European Union. It's not something that is evident at the moment at all. You know, if we look at Poland, Hungary, many other countries, it's not straightforward at all. But I think it's important because here in Germany, we take a lot for granted, but there is no understanding, for example, across Europe of the singularity of the Holocaust. This is not something that is that we can take for granted, but it is central to understand also the building of the European Union and the values that we need to defend, therefore, today as they are under pressure. We will create a project of which is called Where the Holocaust Happened, local sites where that are not necessarily known anymore or today, where, for example, Jews were hidden, or smaller killing sites, deportation sites, and to mark those across Europe to show how local the Holocaust was, and also to put the question in the room, you know, of choices that we have in the face of rising anti-Semitism again today, and to create with this also a Europe-wide discussion. The outcome of this could be a Holocaust memorial piece of art, participatory piece of art. And I encourage you, if you have time in the European representation here in Berlin, they have already done such a piece of art where you have an imaginary light when you come into the door to the representation, and you hear voices of Holocaust survivors, and the stones move with a light show according to these voices. So it is just a reminder of when we go into the European house, we always cross this. It is also a barrier between in and out, you know, and there are many aspects to this. So this kind of installations that can help create a debate. I'm almost finished, but maybe to just mention one other project that we have with regards to research, not only on the Holocaust, because this we have been doing since 2010 already in a very large network where we are connected also with Yad Vashem and Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, and all the important research and sites are already connected. But when it comes to research on anti-Semitism, in particular on Jewish life, there is very little, and there's little connection at the moment. So this is a central structure that we want to build up also in the next 10 years to make sure that this research can create synergies across borders. So this is the overview. There are many more initiatives. As I said, I think what is central really is that we need to implement this together. I'm really very thankful also for to the Akademie for the work they are doing with regards to the theological aspects. This is something that nobody else in that sense does on a political scale, and I think it is really important to also feed this into the more secular debates, because it's important to understand these links. But it is an excellent example also of how in this environment you make such an important contribution. Yeah. Yes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Katharina von Schnobein. We always take a certain pride in the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, the first official event that you participated in as the first ever EU coordinator against anti-Semitism, we had the honor to host you. We will always remind you about that, and that's our claim to fame. Let's put it this way. But no, as we said so many times before, we're really proud of the fact that the EU is taking such a leading role, not only inside Europe, but increasingly also on a global level. And I think that's the way it should be. Our next speaker will speak to us, and later on today he will play for us. But so we are looking eagerly forward to both parts. We have known also Dr. Felix Klein for a number of years, and we have spoken at our conferences in Brussels, and we have met elsewhere and in recent years, mostly over Zoom. But we are very pleased to have you here, Dr. Felix Klein, who is the Federal Commissioner for Jewish Life in Germany in the fight against anti-Semitism. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Thomas, Katharina, Staffan, ladies and gentlemen. Katharina von Schnurbein has just described the EU strategy regarding the fight against anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life. EU member states have committed themselves at the end of 2018 to formulate national strategies exactly in that field. And we committed ourselves to deliver a text and a strategy by the end of this year. So right now with my team and many civil society organizations, this is my task now at the beginning of this year. Prepared the work already for 6 months, more or less, and I'm very happy to be in the process of doing it. And of course, I do everything with the national strategy we formulate to be able to fit in to the EU strategy, of course. And given the federal structure of Germany, we have a particular, of course, situation, let's say, because when we talk about the fight against anti-Semitism in Germany, I would say about 80% of all the measures that can be done by the state, education, internal security, organization of the judiciary, that all resides in the jurisdiction of the Länder. So as a federal commissioner, of course, I have to do dialogue with the Länder, but it is an overall national strategy. So that makes it really a big challenge for me. I think what is my aim? I think we should be really eager to formulate high aims. Our aim should be not only to eradicate anti-Semitism from the public discourse in our countries, but also to ensure that anti-Semitism no longer exists as part of people's mindset. Because if we know people disseminate anti-Semitism and they don't even realize to do so. And to achieve this, of course, we will need not only perseverance, but also an extensive network of actors from both governments and civil society. So my role as Federal Government Commissioner for Jewish Life in Germany and the fight against anti-Semitism that was created in 2018 was actually already in 2018 intended as the first step in strengthening this type of cooperation. And in my past term of office from 2018, I think we can be quite satisfied that we successfully created structures and networks to ensure that knowledge from 4 different fields can be systematically and continually brought into the fight against anti-Semitism. And Katharina has made it so clear in the strategy and also now in her speech that creating structures is in itself already a step in the fight against anti-Semitism. And I think the 4 fields we have to tackle within this context is first, in any strategy which we include the perspective of those affected by anti-Semitism, not only Jews actually, but also, of course, as we know, also as a non-Jew, you can be a victim of an anti-Semitic attack. Second, the experience of non-governmental organizations. Third, of course, we have to look at current research findings. And fourth, the knowledge and experience of those who play a mediating role among the first 3 fields in their professional life and are able to share this knowledge. And I think all 4 fields require close cooperation between government and civil society to put the exchange of knowledge on a permanent footing. The attack on the synagogue in Halle on Yom Kippur in 2019 showed the urgent need for reliable structures for linking and disseminating knowledge so that prevention measures can be developed in a targeted way. And as a government official, I know that establishing clear responsibilities and ensuring that knowledge is shared between structures are of primary importance for this. Because of the federal system of government in Germany, almost, as I said, almost all areas reside in the responsibility of the 16 federal states. And this is why we have developed here in Germany a decentralized structure of institutions which I coordinate. The most important forum and structure we managed to establish was a joint commission between the federal and state levels. And I'm the co-chair of this. I went around and talked to the 16 minister presidents of Germany and was able to convince them to nominate also anti-Semitism commissioners on the land level. And with all these 16 people, we sit together every 3 to 4 months and we talk about legislative initiatives, but also very practical exchange. So, for instance, just to give you an example, in one state in Bavaria, for instance, the police has developed a very good way of Holocaust remembrance by giving the reports issued by the Bavarian police on 9th of November 1938 to young police academy students, and they read it out in a ceremony which was very moving in the city hall of Munich to show the failure, the disaster of the police on 9th of November 1938. Police, as we know, did not help when the synagogues were burning. And to have these texts, the original reports from November 1938, read out by current police students, it's a very good example on how to how to make an empathy or an empathetic project in remembrance. And we talked about this in the Federal Commission, and now similar ceremonies have taken place in different places. So exchange of that is very good. Another another initiative which we were successfully to launch was a legislative measure that now in the training of lawyers, it is compulsory to include a unit that law students are obliged to follow a seminar about the role of the judiciary in the Nazi period, in order to show how willingly German lawyers were trained, of course, to support the state, also supported a system like the Nazi system without any problems. And this is particularly apt today, since we commemorate 80 years of the Wannsee conference. You see the whole failure and the involvement of German bureaucratic structures in the Nazi state. So these two examples show you how important such a forum is. I also established a forum, a group of independent advisors, including experts from the academic community, civil society, and organizations representing people affected by anti-Semitism. And of course, as a government commissioner, I established a platform within the larger network. I established an interministerial group, which I convene regularly. My experience was very particular. In the past 2 years, I thought, my office is located at the Ministry of the Interior. And of course, we talk a lot about security issues, security of the Jewish community. But my experience has shown that fight against anti-Semitism is really cross-cutting issue. It really involves almost every field of government policy, including foreign policy, of course, but art, even transport. We have, for instance, one issue is we try to stop the discrimination of Israeli flight passengers who want to take a flight from Frankfurt, from Germany, to Asia with Kuwait Airways. Kuwait Airways still denies Israeli passengers to board an airplane because Kuwait does not accept diplomatically, or does not accept Israel, the existence of Israel. So Israeli passports are not valid. So I have a lot of issues with the Ministry of Transport. In the next period now of Parliament, I try to get some movements there, and that, because this is absolutely unacceptable, this form of discrimination of Israeli nationals. Another main field of work was already mentioned by Katharina von Schnurbein in her speech. That was the setting up of a system where victims and witnesses of anti-Semitic incidents can report. Because this is really true what you said, Katharina. You can only fight something when you see it. We have to make anti-Semitism more visible, and it was appalling when I started with my office. I read a study published then by the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights, where 79% of those surveyed who had been a victim of anti-Semitic harassment between 2013 and 2018 said that they had not reported the incident because they thought that would not change anything. And this means, and Katharina has even done the number, 80% of unreported anti-Semitic incidents. It's really absolutely unacceptable. And although many of these incidents are not considered criminal offenses, they nonetheless impact the quality of life of Jewish people, of course, in the underground or in a restaurant, when you have an anti-Semitic talk or something, that really affects quality of life. So that is why we have set up a federal association of offices for reporting anti-Semitic incidents to document such incidents. even when they are below the threshold of criminal prosecution in Germany. And so far we have 9 reporting offices working in accordance with the Federal Association standards. And this is very, very also useful for us for our prevention work, because you need to fight, let's say, an anti-Semitic area where you have the right-wing anti-Semitism and Holocaust distortion, for instance, and you have to fight that form of anti-Semitism in another way. For instance, when you have a case of an anti-Semitic incident regarding Israel emanating from Arabs or so. So this is a very, very important data base we're getting, and this will enable us also to set up structures in that for that prevention work. Our new Minister of the Interior, Nancy Faeser, has already announced that we will strengthen the NGO areas by a law that will hopefully come in the next 2 or 3 months. We call it Demokratiefördergesetz. It is a law promoting democracy and fostering democracy. And with that law, it will be possible for NGOs to have a stable perspective of financial support that normally affects them very much, because as well, maybe of course you are also involved in NGOs, you know what how terrible it is for many NGOs to write already applications because they are not sure to get financing for the coming year, etc. And much energy and money is wasted for this administrative work. And with this new law, we enable NGOs to have a more stable perspective. So what is important, I think, is establishing long-term governance structures so that we can respond more strategically about anti-Semitism. It is my goal also to convince the judiciary in Germany to establish anti-Semitism commissioners in all the prosecuting offices in Germany, because the fight against anti-Semitism is very often stopped or not possible in Germany because prosecutors do not discern anti-Semitism. They don't realize that something is an anti-Semitic incident. We had really terrible cases in the past. The most prominent and the most outrageous case was an attack on a synagogue of Wuppertal several years ago, where 2 youngsters threw a Molotov cocktail against the synagogue, and the court did not categorize this as an anti-Semitic attack. It was just an attack, a property assault attack, and not a hate crime, and not an anti-Semitic hate crime. Because what is it when you attack, of course, a symbol of Judaism? What is that? It couldn't be clearer to have an anti-Semitic incident, and that's so we have to increase the sensitivity of the people in the judiciary, also in the police, by nominating anti-Semitism commissioners. Some federal states have done so far. Bavaria has done so. Berlin, North Rhine-Westphalia too. So we have to have that. We have to increase that. We have to also encourage the police forces to have one expert within the structure who is an expert in anti-Semitism and who can advise the colleagues within the structure to when there's a problem or when there are doubts whether something is anti-Semitic or not. That for the time being. So we are in an ongoing process, and once again, what we all have to make clear is, of course, to make clear to the public, not only in Germany but in every country, that anti-Semitism does not only affect the Jewish community but everybody. Democracy, the way we would like to live, it's an attack on our society and on our democracies, and to increase that awareness is an ever-growing task, and nobody, no government commissioner, no government alone can fight this. We need a good alliance between the churches. Very happy to have Christian Staffer as a close ally in that respect. And of course, we need to increase the courage of the people themselves, so awareness. We need a courageous civil society that stands up when anti-Semitism in daily life appears in a restaurant, on a football place, or wherever in your office. I think it's worthwhile doing this. And if we have, that may be the positive thesis I have, if we manage to have successes in the fight against anti-Semitism, we automatically will have success in the fight of all forms of discrimination, racism, anti-Gypsyism, all forms, and we will strengthen our democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Klein. Thank you, Felix. We have time, as you see, it was allocated time for a representative of the Israeli embassy, who at the end could not make it, but they're sending their best regards and best wishes from the Israeli embassy here in Berlin. But I believe you who are attending are in a unique position to sit with two of the most prominent experts and practitioners in this combat against anti-Semitism. So we want to make use of time by engaging in dialogue and discussion. And we had a good discussion already, but I'm sure, you know, there's a lot more to be, questions to be raised and conclusions to be made. So please, I know Gadi, you are probably eager to kick off and no, not this time. You're waiting. You want to hear first. So, but anyone who would like to comment or raise a question, please. Yes.
I was hoping to hear more about the strategy to use IRA specifically. You know, how is that being, you know, when an institution or a state accepts or adopts IRA, what exactly the changes?
Yeah, so I can speak, let's say, for the Commission and also the way we have recommended it. As I said earlier, we have produced this handbook which gives concrete examples of incidents that have happened, that have been identified as anti-Semitic based on the IRA definition, and then also concrete actions such as, for example, when there is a data collection of incidents, that it's not just at the level of criminality, so the illegality, which is important, of course, with regards to state prosecution. But we think that also incidents that are below this threshold create an atmosphere that is uneasy for Jews, that can be harmful, and therefore should also be recorded. In Germany, because of the structures that have been created, RIAS does it now, but it's one of the few. So the country that started this kind of reporting based on the IRA definition and making a distinction to what is illegal was the UK, actually several years ago already, and we see that this has an effect because. As I said, for the Jewish community, the difference is not so big. Of course, if you have a real hate crime, it is much more grave, but it's important to have this. This is one very concrete example where we think it should be used. The same is for victim support. So the reason why a lot of victims don't necessarily use, for example, the equality bodies that are being established all across the EU to support victims of discrimination is because when, for example, it concerns Israel-related anti-Semitism, there is a total lack of understanding among those who deal with the equality bodies. Now we have, through the umbrella organization Equinet, which is the European umbrella of the equality bodies, established a dialogue to show them that how this IRA definition can help them to understand why Israel-related anti-Semitism is also harmful for the victim, even if some of it is not illegal. Yeah. I think this is really very important to show this difference between something can be anti-Semitic, is not necessarily illegal, even if probably in that room we would like to have much more of it to be illegal, but okay, there is a certain necessity to discern, but to establish that it was anti-Semitic is, I think, the first step to recognize the victim's perspective. And so with all other groups, the Commission also has this victim's perspective, which means we basically accept what the group tells us they perceive as hatred or discrimination. And so the IRA definition in that sense helps to establish what is perceived and by the majority as anti-Semitic. We know this because we have done this survey to which I referred earlier among the 16,500 Jews in Europe, where we ask explicitly, what do you perceive as anti-Semitic on the one side, and the most people still as the number one issue cite Holocaust distortion or denial, or capitalizing from the Holocaust. These are the two number one issues. But when it comes to what do you hear the most often, it's Israel-related anti-Semitism. So I think it's important to know that when that what Jews experience is very often related to the key discussion around the IRA definition. Yeah. And that's, I think, why it is such a sensitive issue, because when because denying the IRA definition or not accepting it is often perceived by the Jewish community then as you don't accept my way of how I see anti-Semitism or how I experience it. Yeah.
Maybe I can only add two things. I think in the association, let's say a football club that accepts officially the IRA working definition wants to make a sign, a statement, a clear statement. We do not accept anti-Semitism, and they do it with pride. Normally, also in ceremonies where the football stars are gathered, and it's a clear sign. It's like a label you put front when you're at the entrance door, like we are family-friendly association or something. We want to make a big sign against anti-Semitism. That has an impact, because we have seen anti-Semitism in that context in incredible forms now in the past months, and football clubs that have endorsed the IRA working definition have much more acceptance than within the community to fight and to really do something about that. And that's really we have very good experience also in civil society contexts to have that with the IRA working definition. And the second is, I can only agree to what Katharina said. It's when we want to fight anti-Semitism on international level, we need to also agree on what is anti-Semitic in different countries. And the IRA working definition is the only internationally accepted or widely accepted definition, and it's a tool that helps us to fight that phenomenon, and that is what people who criticize the working definition, that's it's maybe not clear to them. It is a working tool, and it's the result of a long negotiating process with Jewish organizations scholars, governments, and this is the outcome. And maybe we all would have a different form of definition. But that is the working tool we have developed, and we should use it. And of course, Katharina and I think we all encourage, of course, the adoption of working definition by as many organizations as possible for that goal.
Sorry, before we give the see one or two questions, but it was suggested three that we would experiment a little bit, and we have opened up the chat. So we, with the help of our technical people, if there is a question from those joining us online, we could take it now, and I presume our technical people can see hands up. Are there any questions to the two speakers? Not for the moment. So, but you will have a chance to ask directly and join the moment. So, but you will have a chance to ask directly and join this discussion. But Dr. Schirmacher, yes.
We don't open the mics. We open the chat. So we would probably project it on the screen that what people write. It's not opening the microphones.
Of course, yes. So you will have to signal. That's correct. But in the meantime, we take. I think it was ladies first. That's right. I'm always learning this. So we're yes. So let's Dr. Sarah Cardown and then Dr. Schirmacher, please.
Thank you, Thomas. Well, I would also like to thank both of the speakers for your insightful presentations. I very much appreciated the comprehensive view both of you take in your respective roles to the phenomenon of anti-Semitism. I have a question for Ms. von Schnurbein and another question for you, Dr. Felix Klein. I'm interested in the physical protection of Jewish sites, such as synagogues or Jewish community centers or educational facilities, for instance, a Jewish school or kindergarten. In principle, there are different models of how, in a given country, Jewish sites can be protected. It can be done by the state, as in the police. It can be done by civil society in cooperation with the state. That's something that we see in Britain with the CST, the Community Security Trust, who have a long track record of working successfully with police forces to protect events and so on. Or it can also be done by the private sector, paid by whoever. For instance, paid by Jewish communities who pay a private security firm to stand in front of a synagogue. And I would like to ask you, which European, as you have the overview, of course, in your role, which European countries would you highlight as particularly effective in the provision of physical security to Jewish communities? And my question for Dr. Klein is, could you delineate in a little bit more detail the potential roles in Germany between the state, that is the police mainly in the Länder, and to a much lesser degree at the federal level, between the state and the Jewish communities or other parts of civil society? Would it be possible, for instance, here to have a similar approach to the UK, where from within the Jewish communities there is a protection, like for instance in Halle, that will be my last comment. In Halle, we know that in 2019 the community leader had requested more protection at the site, but it wasn't, for whatever reason, provided, and thankfully the door was thick enough so that the attacker couldn't enter the synagogue. And therefore the question is, what is the role between the state and civil society actors in Germany potentially? Thank you.
Yes, so with regards to comparison, it's difficult to compare, because the Jewish communities are very different in terms of size, in terms of also what they perceive as security needs. What we have encouraged is to start, and we actually had a specific session as part of our working group. The first one we had in 2019 was dedicated to security, to physical security. To start off with a joint risk analysis between law enforcement agencies and the Jewish community. And from what we can see, the most effective systems is when there is an organization like the CST involved, so a community-based organization that has links with law enforcement that can that will usually engage not only with regards to physical security, but often also engages in case of incidents, in victim support. It can engage in some cases, like in France, for example, there's also a question of recording of incidents, you know. So I think that this link, an organization that understands the needs of the Jewish community, but has the professionality and the understanding and the training, often also of law enforcement, and therefore can build this bridge, is probably the most successful system that we see at the moment. In some cases, it took, you know, even terrorist attacks, unfortunately, to develop it. And we have seen significant upscaling in countries like France. I think there is the challenge is, on the one side, we need the security, and on the other side, of course, the Jewish community actually does not want to be totally secluded, and you know, you have to go through three different barriers in order to get into a synagogue. So to keep that balance is really a huge challenge. And for example, to also give the spontaneous, the possibility for spontaneous visits of visitors to synagogues on a Friday night, in some cases is difficult because they need to register beforehand, or you know, because they are not known. So all of these are things, I think, that if you have an organization that is linked very closely with the community, and on the other side understands the role of law enforcement, can be very good. So Germany, again, I think in many cases, here Berlin, for example, specifically the land of Berlin, I think has done a very comprehensive job in protecting not only religious sites, but really also schools and kindergartens and so on. Yes, Denmark, for example, after the lethal attack on the synagogue, has now also completely reformed their approach, and they have combined it, which is interesting, with a center on Jewish life in the center of Copenhagen. So you know, to have these two aspects, I think, is also very very good.
Well, answering to your question, Halle has shown that there's an urgent need, or the other side, there's an urgent need for police forces, for the security sector, public security sector, of knowledge regarding Jewish life, because apparently the police in Halle did not realize that it was Yom Kippur and that the security situation may differ on that day from other days when nobody is in the synagogue. And I think Halle has been a game changer. I think every police station where a synagogue or a Jewish institution is located is aware of the Jewish calendar. So that at least Halle, I think, has changed. But of course, this is not enough. We need to develop more strategically exactly the sector you have described, between the Jewish community and security forces in Germany. We have a very, very good experiment going on in Baden-Württemberg in the south of Germany, where the government appointed 2 rabbis as police rabbis. So they go around and increase awareness, but not only in police sectors, but in the general public, and that works very, very well. That's a very good example. And Here in Berlin, what already mentioned by Katharina, we have a round table where Jewish organizations gather regularly with police and the mayor and other public sector people, and they talk mainly about security issues. I think this is a very good way. Also, other federal states should adopt. It's easier in a state where it's only like Berlin, one city and a state at the same time. In a big land like Bavaria or Baden-Württemberg is more difficult, but we are suggesting to the Länder to develop structures like this. And fortunately in Germany, we have a very well-organized Jewish community with the Central Council of Jews in Germany as a main partner that can also help in developing these structures from the Jewish side. So, but it's an ongoing process.
Now something interesting is happening. We won't forget to Dr. Schirmacher, but let's see. Can we see the questions and read the questions?
Well, I could also read it to you. Can the EU or the EU coordinator, for example, help churches in combating anti-Semitism and or embracing the IRA definition? If yes, how? Are there ways of cooperation?
Well, I mean,
but therefore you need theologians who like the IRA definition.
I mean, we have in fact discussed this here this morning to some extent. Of course, in the end, it's the choice of the churches. My opinion, my personal opinion, is that there are aspects in the IRA definition that can be very helpful to theologians, to, for example, those who are becoming pastors, to recognize all current forms of anti-Semitism and to have a working tool at hand. But, and this is something that I find really very enriching here also, of course, there are aspects of Christian anti-Semitism that need to be dismantled, that are the root of a lot of secular anti-Semitism that we see today, that need to be deconstructed, and that when you are a member of a church, you need to be aware of. So I would say that in addition to the IRA definition, which can be very useful in recognizing anti-Semitism as such and reacting to it, and having this victim's perspective, understanding one's own religion and the biases that might have crouched in through the years and through the centuries, and that have a strong effect on our view today, and the pictures that are the images and so on. I think that is really the other side. I don't know, maybe you would like to add something. I don't know whether the camera can shift, Mrs. von Kellenbach, or...
Oh, I think I would agree with you that, I mean, I can reiterate my concerns would be that the churches adopt IRA and then stop. And I think IRA has to be the beginning and not the end. And so as long as that is somehow clear, that it's the the baseline, and then the work it really begins. I would certainly encourage the discussion in churches.
Maybe I can add here and say that this is exactly what we have been saying all along. So when we launched Churches Against Antisemitism, we said this is a first step. And as someone said here, it should be a no-brainer. But to our surprise, it has not been easy. And I'm not going to quote anyone in particular or name or shame, but many churches are having real difficulties. looking into the definition. And I think it just underlines that there is a problem. And I think the reason we have this conference and future consultations will be to go deeper into these problematic questions that we have been keeping a blind eye to for such a long time. And I think for us, most of us here today are from a Christian background. So I think we are more credible when we announce our own internal problems before we start pointing fingers to others. And usually it's so much easier to say that, you know, there are all these people, whatever religious groups or no religion, and they are the problem. But I think this gives us also credibility that, you know, we are willing to start this discussion. So I just wanted to make that statement. But Dr. Schirmacher, you said something very good already last night, so maybe you can repeat some of it here today, but you also have a question, I'm sure.
First of all, I want to thank you on behalf of churches, at least the churches that are here. I think we'll all agree with me for your work. I hope that this is something you hear often from the side of the churches, and it's stating the obvious. But in case this is not the case, I think that churches value this far beyond what they do themselves. Yeah. And of course, the state level and the multi-state level, or however you call the European Union, they can do things no church and no NGO can do, especially when it comes to prosecution and things like this. Yeah, and we are very thankful that we are meanwhile far beyond just always saying we are against antisemitism and this should not happen again, but it becomes real political life. I would like to talk about ask a question concerning the IRA definition. Just one remark. I've spoken yesterday and today already about my failure to get a global coalition with the Vatican and the World Council of Churches on the IRA definition. What is very important to me, and that relates to your question, I did not find one body that did not want to sign the IRA definition because they wanted to come up with a better definition. Yeah, I think that's important. I could understand anybody that said, oh, we rather formulate it ourselves, or we want to add something, or even if there's a specific line they do not like. I mean, even the German government adapted it a little bit to something, and of course, in translating, even did not just do a Google translation, yeah. But that's my experience. If the global Christian bodies would have said, "Oh, let's go for our own definition," yeah. Number two, for me, the thing is important as a sign to our Jewish friends. The Jewish friends are not first of all waiting for the global Christianity for coming up with the 10 pages of all the specialities. That has to happen, no question. But they are waiting for the signal. Are we in the camp of those who don't do anything when it comes to signing or definition, or do we join the camp? Yeah, do we say, oh, it's nice that the state does it, or do we signal with something that doesn't cost us anything? I mean, we don't need to pay or so, but just so. This is my question. Now, can you enlighten me? Looking a little bit to the global level, are there any efforts or any upcoming developments with larger religious bodies going after the definition? I mean, I'm an advisory council of the Global Imams Council, which is about 2,000 imams around the world. Sounds very big, but they have adopted the definition because the Jews and the Christians in the advisory council, that's not the Muslim world, but it's better than nothing. But I would be interested, are you after them? Is there more to come than I see in the moment, or is my experience a very global experience that religious bodies find thousands of excuses why not at least to this one very simple step? Totally agree that this for Christians only can be the first step, but as long as this step is not taken, somehow we say, okay, anti-Semitism, the state can do it, and I'm privately against it, but there is no need for the church as such to get engaged. Yeah.
So indeed, the global imams, I think this was a very good step. Here, there is exactly the question, it's the first step. So what happens after? So I think this is a key question, which is, by the way, not only a question for religious organizations, but
well, that's my focus.
No,
That's
but
all my question.
also states, this is what we have always said to all the EU member states that are adopting or have adopted the IRA definition. The most important part is to use it. So, to then instruct your ministries how this can be used, the education ministry, the justice ministry, the police, and so on, and then provide training, because otherwise, I think it will not have any consequence. And in that sense, I would also not say it doesn't cost anything. If you do it properly, you will have to do some training, and there will have to be in some way, maybe for the church's soul searching as well, to come to grips with it. So, I mean, it's not, I think the separation between church and state is something that we value very highly, and in particular in the European context, we even have this enshrined in the Lisbon Treaty that the EU respects the national way of how churches are structured and how they interact with the state. So we don't reach out proactively to churches to say, you should adopt this. What we would say is to say, fighting anti-Semitism is a responsibility for the churches just as anybody else, and in particular maybe the churches and religious bodies in their understanding towards the other. And that I would definitely say, and there the IRA definition is a good tool, but it's not. We're not on a mission in that sense.
And you have no good news about a body that will adopt it in 3 weeks, and I don't know about it.
If so, I would leave it to them to pop the good news.
We are on a mission. We are on a mission, and I'd like to mention. Already last year we sort of started. I'd like to mention. Already last year we sort of started. Took some baby steps, and we have Dr. Arto Hämäläinen here today from Finland, who represents the Pentecostal Religious Liberty Committee. And yes, Arto, yes, I'm mentioning that already last year on behalf of the global Pentecostal movement, which is, we're talking about a few 100 millions, that you were really at the forefront and a pioneer. You did adopt the IRA working definition on anti-Semitism. And this is, of course, within the similar church family like World Evangelical Alliance. So things have happened. And there are other examples. Being a Finn, again, I have to mention the bishop of the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Helsinki. The Evangelical Lutheran Church of Finland has adopted the IRA working definition on anti-Semitism. So there is a momentum, and what we are hoping to accomplish with Churches Against Anti-Semitism is to just on a spontaneous movement, just link these very diverse groups. And we are not in any way trying to be on the same par as the three global church families that have been mentioned. But I think when you go to Yad Vashem, there are these interesting quotes to say that, well, at the time, I thought that, the bishop or the leader would speak on behalf of me. But that was never an excuse. Each one of us will have to make these decisions. And in our sphere of influence, whether that's a
local church or it's a national church or it's a global church, we are responsible. So I'm not going to wait on anyone in my hierarchy in a way to say, well, are we adopting it or are we not? I think we just need, as Dr. Schirmacher said, this is the time to push, and it is doable. And the examples I mentioned just prove the point that this can be done. But again, to repeat what has been said so many times, it's just that this, and there needs a lot more needs to happen. And I even think, and we're not quite there yet, that as a follow-up on this conference, we could certainly look at something even later this year, or when it's feasible to meet again and just take stock and see where we are at. So this is not just the one emotional 80th anniversary of the Wannsee conference. It's really a beginning of something. So I just wanted to, because as you say, Katharina, it's true. This is not the role of the European Commission to issue a directive and say all churches should adopt the Irish working definition. As I said, and to quote Bernard-Henri Lévy, we, people on the street, civil society, faith communities, we have to come up to the same level as our government authorities where they are today. So I'm completely in agreement with you, Brother Thomas, on what we need to do. So I just wanted to make that comment. We have another 10 minutes or so. Also, not to stop the conversation, but to say that before we leave this session, what I would propose is that there were no pictures, as far as I know, from the Wannsee conference 80 years ago. I was secretive in a way. It would be nice to have a first picture here, with the background of the banners. So maybe with the photographer's help, before we go, we will continue the discussion. But before we leave for the coffee break, let's take a few moments just to, and again, to say those who feel comfortable being in the picture to just make this, to document this properly. I think there are two hands, Charles and Gadi. So Charles, we start with you.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I wonder if I might ask you to expand on the relationship between domestic affairs and the responsibilities of member states and governments to promote freedom of religion or belief internationally. And obviously, governments need to make sure that domestically they have their house in order, they have the right position, but to what extent should we be encouraging our governments to be promoting this internationally, along with all of the other priorities of freedom of religion or belief under Article 18? I don't know whether, Dr. Klein, you could talk a bit about the relationship between you and the Commissioner for FORB. I know that there is a new commissioner just appointed, but how does that relationship work, both looking internally and then looking externally?
Well, in my mandate formulated by a Bundestag decision, my jurisdiction, so to say, is of course promoting and making sure that religious freedom in Germany is guaranteed, of course, and the Jewish community can do whatever it's to exercise that, and security issue is of course important, and issues like kosher slaughtering, etc. So internationally, my mandate is explicitly fostering these values within the EU, OSCE, and the United Nations. So there, I can. I don't have a mandate so far to for instance, to ask the government of, let's say, of any country to foster their Jewish minority. That's and if I have cases like this, I actually call this new appointed colleague. I had a very good working relationship with his predecessor. And then, of course, we formulate letters together, and on behalf of the government, then also the German government, we promote that too. But I think it goes very well hand in hand, because I have another colleague in the Foreign Office who is the Commissioner for Human Rights. And of course, with her, I also have common initiatives, and it works very well. I think I've never had a problem of jurisdiction with anybody. Also, vis-à-vis the Commission, we have a very good system established.
Yes, so for the Commission, it's a bit similar, that with regards to EU issues, I deal with anything that is related to the Jewish community. But with the strategy, we have added explicitly also the external side to it, which means that with regards to cooperation in international bodies, but also with regards to calling out anti-Semitism in third countries, in partner countries, this strategy gives this mandate. Usually this would happen, for example, through our delegations. So we don't necessarily do this centrally from Brussels. I think we have to be very careful to use the structures that are established in order to make this effective, and also to fully understand the situation locally before acting from headquarters. So this is an important new development. At the same time, we are awaiting the appointment of a new special envoy on freedom of religion and belief outside the EU. There are guidelines on fostering freedom of religion and belief outside the EU since 2013 on European level, which give a lot of concrete ideas of anything from training possibilities to using the different diplomatic instruments that we have and so on to raise freedom of religion and belief issues in our relationship with third countries and also within the international organizations. So that, and like on national level, there is a special representative on human rights as well. So I think it works very, very well to have these three elements together and the three aspects. But what is important now for me is to make sure that within the external side of freedom of religion, anti-Semitism becomes an integral part, because it has not necessarily happened in the past. So, I don't think we should develop separate tracks, but rather make sure that this is part of our mainstream activities.
Gadi, I think the last question, just to say that there is this, your initiative, and thank you, that we would issue a statement, and a paper has been circulated. So just for everyone to know that this is being processed, hopeful that we would be able in the last session then to look at it and come to an agreement. But I'm sure you have another question as well, so please.
You may be surprised at all of the question. I just want to use this opportunity really and to say to Katharina and to Felix, in the name of the Conference of European Rabbis, the name of the Jewish community in Europe, just thank you. Toda Rabba. You're doing a very hard work, and I think there's a lot of work, much more to do, unfortunately, to be honest. But I really just to take this opportunity to say thank you very much for everything you're doing. We are in very close contact, and we will continue to be in very close contact. We have a lot of, I will say now, challenge before us. No difficulties, I will say challenge. It's maybe sound a bit more positive. With hope, and I really hope that everybody around the table will join this challenge and support this challenge for a better life for everybody of us here together in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to have constructive representatives from the community like yourself.
I think that was a wonderful way to close this session, and we're so happy to have the two of you here. And the conference would not have been the same without you. So thank you for making an effort. In my excitement of having a group photo, someone said, "Remember, there are these COVID restrictions, so let's follow the restrictions." And it was suggested that why don't we take a picture, you know, where we are seated around the table, talking about Wannsee. That's of course the format. Would it work? Can you get us in some constellation, and then we maybe remove our face masks just for a few seconds and. There is one. Okay. Thank you so much. So, thank you to Dr. Felix Klein, who we will listen to in a few hours, and to Katharina von Schnoban. And I think they are really worth an applaud from our side. So,